Good morning. Sorry to disappoint. I'm not David Gary. My name is Disha Clifford, and I'm the Group Head of Regulatory Affairs for Digicel. It is a pleasure to address you all this morning. Thank you very much. Approximately 10 years ago, Digicel had begun a huge program of investment in broadband networks across the Caribbean region that would see the rollout of fiber networks in different countries, subsea fiber networks, and 4G in every country. Outside of the Caribbean, for example, in the Middle East, which at that point was a step ahead of everyone, I think it's fair to say, fiber and 4G networks were already the norm and people had smartphones, most people. There are also some popular services, an Asian service called Viber and an Estonian service called WhatsApp. In the Middle East, we saw that people were beginning to not pay for phone calls anymore. So prediction then was that probably the same thing might happen once data networks were rolled out across the Caribbean. The data markets of the future might fundamentally be different to the voice and messaging telecoms markets of the time. Another trending issue at the time, if I can describe it that way, was the question of regulatory reform. And in the Caribbean, the discussion was about the creation of a single Caribbean ICT space. I'm going to talk about the dream of a single Caribbean ICT space and why I'm optimistic that we can build this together. I think it's fair to say that while electronic communications networks across the Caribbean have been revolutionized over the past decade, and the same can be said for markets, we now live in an era of digital markets, digital platforms, digital services, many of which have become truly global in scale and delivered over digital networks that are at least regional in scale. The same cannot be said about our legal and regulatory frameworks. There have been some innovations in some countries, but more or less the framework is pretty similar to what it was a decade ago, and we don't yet have a single Caribbean ICT space. If we cast our minds 10 years into the future, we could consider what the picture will look like and whether it would be any different. I would like to suggest this morning that if we think that the answer to this is no, then this is a problem or is going to be a problem. I say this for two reasons. First, Caribbean citizens and businesses will not enjoy protections and safeguards that already apply or will apply elsewhere. Some of the fundamentals of a regulatory framework for a digital economy are now established internationally, so we know what these are. The EU and other jurisdictions have introduced regulatory obligations on the very large of gatekeeper digital platforms. Competition law has emerged as an incredibly important tool. A regional competition authority for digital markets, the Caribbean Competition Commission, needs to be given a mandate and resources. Data protection rules and rules on online harms are other examples. We don't have to enact the exact same framework as elsewhere in the world or expect that we'll be able to deploy the same resources, but we can choose the key principles and safeguards and develop a framework that works best for our region. Second, regulatory intervention underpins investment in infrastructure. For example, the EU is acting to ensure it has the networks of the future in place. The EU Gigabit Infrastructure Act aims to ensure that by 2030, all EU households should have access to fixed gigabit networks and all populated areas, including rural areas, have 5G coverage, so no one is left behind. The objective of the EU Digital Networks Act, which will be published later this year, early next year, is to ensure that the EU has a cutting-edge telecoms infrastructure by removing regulatory barriers and introducing measures to attract more private capital into the telecom sector. As we know, the EU is also considering fair share provisions in this legislation. South Korea's strategy for technological leadership includes world-class networks and the concept of shared responsibility among all in the ecosystem for those networks of national importance. This is why its legislation requires large traffic generators to contribute towards the cost of the networks they use. So as regards the Caribbean, a single ICT space, for example, a system of harmonized or identical rules, less red tape, fewer fees, etc. This should also be seen in terms of a Caribbean infrastructure mission statement. What are we aiming for? Are we aiming for world-class networks by 2030, for example? Do we want 5G by 2030 or another specific date or ever? Turning to the question of innovation, we are certainly not short of ideas in this region. If we look back at the subjects discussed and presentations given over the years, both at CTU events and at Canto, the quality of the discussions has been excellent, equally as good as similar discussions in Europe and the US over the same period. I think we can be confident that we do gather the ideas and we do have the knowledge that we need here in this region. Is it possible to innovate and create regulatory solutions for the region? I would argue that one of the most practical regulatory innovations anywhere was the Caribbean approach to net neutrality. Our code of practice on an open internet with its two key principles of no blocking and no throttling of content protects end user access without imposing unwieldy regulatory structures. This balance was missing both in the US and in the EU. In the US, open internet rules were removed entirely in 2017 in favor of a reliance on competition law. And there's now a debate about the reintroduction of some of those rules. In the EU, the argument is the opposite. The EU net neutrality rules went too far and unnecessarily restrict network operators from monetizing their networks for no added protection for end users. So we see the UK making rules less restrictive, now it has left the EU, and in the EU, arguments in favor of removing the EU net neutrality regulations are building. Our achievement as a region today shows that we can be confident that together we can create innovative regulatory solutions. Third, we can be confident that we can apply rigorous processes to develop such solutions. Again, we have a fantastic Caribbean example. The process that the CTU has run over the past year on funding infrastructure. A transparent process, open to all stakeholders to participate, a rigorous information collection exercise, and careful reporting of recommendations. It is an excellent blueprint for future processes. And I think this is why it's so important that we recognize this and endorse this type of approach. Finally, in creating a single ICT space is developing solutions that reflect our priorities as a Caribbean region. This might require acting together as a region, and again, we can be confident that we can do that too. Many of us in this room were in Bucharest in Romania at the ITU this time last year. We may not have gotten Stephen Barrow elected, but I think we proved that we can act as a global unit. To conclude, turning to the process the CTU has just run, this is the first example, perhaps, of a coordinated regional approach, and it has worked very well. And this brings me right back to where I started, investment in data networks. As we know, the Caribbean is not alone, and there is a global discussion ongoing about what to do on this issue. Across the globe, returns on investment are insufficient to underpin major investments in broadband networks. On every continent, governments and regulators are debating what to do. In the end, the price is going to have to change for someone. This is the policy choice facing governments globally. Either the price goes up for consumers, end users carry all the costs, not an option in the Caribbean, or the price goes up for wholesale users of the networks. The price for large traffic generators, big tech increases. That means that the price goes up from the current price of 0, that they contribute something. This happens in Korea, it happens in the EU, US, and Brazil. It happens in Korea and in the EU, US, and Brazil, and others are looking at moving in this direction. Or the price goes up for nation states. The state steps in and funds networks. Ireland is a good example of this. It is home to tech companies in the EU and has invested over €2 billion in state aid from the tax it gets from tech companies located in Ireland, by the way, into a program to build broadband to rural areas. Most countries aren't in a position to do this. If one of these price points doesn't move, then there are insufficient revenues to continue investing in future networks. This probably means that this region's ambitions to be a full participant in the digital economy will be challenged. But I think it is pretty clear now which way the global discussion is going, and the outcome is going to be a win-win for all players. Big tech will benefit from new networks, just as everyone else will. So I'll conclude by saying that we can innovate to create a single ICT space. We have the experience, we have the processes. It is important that we do it, and we can do it, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Okay, hi. My apologies again for the late start. My name is Trevor Pravat. I'm the Director of Stakeholder Engagement at the CTU. So I'd like to thank Mrs. Disha Clifford of the Digicel Group, who's just addressed you and made clear the Digicel's group's thinking on this matter. Are there any questions for the Digicel Group? Although I would like us to move forward because we need to catch up a lot of time. I had no questions, so I think she was very clear in what she said. Okay, I'd next like to invite Ms. Deborah Galindo. Yes, I don't think I've pronounced that correctly. And Deborah is the manager of public policy for Central America and the Caribbean for Meta. She's one of the sponsors here at this event, as is Digicel. And she's going to deliver a keynote address for us entitled Embracing a Digital Caribbean, Opportunities for Growth and Innovation. Deborah?
Hello, everyone. I hope you're fine. You're okay, well rested? Yes? No? You're still tired? You came from a very long meeting, so I understand completely. My name is Deborah Galindo, and I'm the Public Policy Manager for Central America and the Caribbean at Meta. I was hoping to talk to you about the opportunities of the metaverse and new technologies and innovation in the Caribbean. However, given the preceding presentation, I think I will switch a little bit off topic and talk on the tech industry position on network fees and the discussions that have been happening during this week. So a range of stakeholders have emphasized that allowing telcos to charge different rates for different caps would be contrary to core net neutrality principles and fundamentally undermine the open internet as we know it. If you are experts on the internet, as I'm sure some of you are, and if you have been working in the internet ecosystem since the beginning, you understand fully what I'm talking about, and you understand how the internet was conceived and how it was brought to life. For example, if network fees were implemented, it would incentivize telcos to actually reduce network investment, creating a capacity constraint that will allow them to demand more and more network fees, while hurting networks and consumers. In these scenarios that network fees become a reality and big tech could pay, what would happen with smaller platforms that don't have the resources? We would be hindering innovation and we would be hindering their development. We know right now that a lot of the innovation comes from Latin America and the Caribbean. So we need to push forward this type of innovation and brought up the local talent into a competitive market. Network fees might also require caps to reduce investment in their services or even raise prices, affecting ultimately the consumer. Telcos should not be empowered to charge twice for the same infrastructure. Meta has been participating in the CTU's series of meetings on OTT and telco cooperation in the Caribbean. As you likely know, the CTU intends to issue a report on the topic. I think we are all seeing kind of this report in our tables today. The CTU process hasn't yet, we need to see the report, provided any evidence of a market failure or technical concerns that would justify network fees. And indeed, a report by Research ICT Solutions found that in the Caribbean, the connectivity segment is still the most profitable segment of the internet value chain, and that mobile operators have high earnings before interest rates, depreciation, and amortization. Specifically, Digicel has an EBITDA margin of over 41%. C&W Caribbean has an EBITDA of 37.5%. Digicel and CW Caribbean's EBITDA are actually higher than the EBITDA margins for the global wireless sector, which is around 33.3%. In Meta, we invest and we try to create value in the countries where we are present. Meta's investment in content drive revenue and business model for telco operations. Meta invests tens of billions of dollars in our apps and platforms every year to facilitate the hosting of said content. Billions of people go online every day to access this content, creating the demand that allows telcos to charge for internet access. I don't know how many of you still have a landline at home, but certainly I do not. There is also much more to it than Meta and other internet companies are investing billions in complementary infrastructure that saves telcos money. Telcos mischaracterize Meta and other caps as not investing, but no one is free riding. Meta invests in data centers, in different access points, caching equipment, subsea cables, and terrestrial fiber. Analysis Mason estimates that infrastructure contributions by technology companies save telecom operators around $6 billion per year. Meta also collaborates with telcos and others across the industry to help decrease costs and create economic value for the user. There are different concerns about network fees proposals that are growing up globally. As I have been speaking in the different moments that I've had the opportunity during this week, the context that we are living in Latin America and the Caribbean completely differs from the one we see in any other regions, specifically talking about Europe, the United States, Canada, and other developing countries. In Europe, the majority of EU countries indicated at a telcos minister meeting in June 2023 that they are opposed to or concerned about network fees. The summary of this meeting was also published, and it confirmed that the majority of respondents to the EU's exploratory consultation, namely everyone but incumbent telcos, opposed network fees. This clear opposition may have contributed to the reported European Commission decision to shelve any network fees for now. The US has also commented that it is difficult to understand how a system of mandatory payments imposed on only a subset of content providers could be enforced without undermining net neutrality. In South Korea, proposals to mandate network fees have not advanced. Hearings on network fees proposals were met with public outcry, as you can imagine, including a petition by tens of thousands of domestic users who believe that telecommunication companies are harming the rule of network neutrality by demanding CPs pay network fees, and by concerns of content creators. In Meta, we are harboring local talent, and I would be happy to speak of how we are doing in any one-on-one conversations that you may want to have. But creator economy is also something that we are pushing from the company and from different companies in the tech sector. Many of the stakeholders raising concerns globally, like consumer advocates, academics, and smaller ISPs, have not been invited into this conversation, and we think they deserve to have a seat at the table and participate of the conversation and of the discussion. We would like to invite you all to host a public consultation, to have all the relevant actors at the table so that everyone can express, not only telcos, not only big tech, but also civil society, academia, and other different stakeholders, so that they all can express their concerns and their points of view on this matter. Thank you so much for your time and your patience in this speech. I hope that I didn't bore you a lot, and I hope we enjoy the rest of the day. Happy to have one-on-one conversations with all of you.
I would like to invite Mr. Imon Shi, the Director of Public Sector from Cloud Carib, to facilitate our next panel discussion on innovation, govern, sustain, how sovereign cloud supports Caribbean digitalization. So I'll hand over now to Iman to continue this panel proceedings. Iman?
Just myself. Right. Okay. Honourable Ministers, Secretary General of the CTU, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here this morning to talk, I think, on a much more serene topic of sovereign cloud and how it supports innovation, governance, and sustainability in the Caribbean. In this panel, we hope that we will be addressing how and why the concept of sovereign cloud is becoming a central prerequisite to sustainable digital transformation, and how it can be a catalyst for innovation and development of the digital economy. But before I go into that, I'd like to introduce the panel. And first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Eamon Sheehy, and I'm the Director of Public Sector of Cloud Carib. Cloud Carib is a managed services provider here in the region. We have our own cloud infrastructure here in Barbados, in Jamaica, and in the Bahamas, as well as some countries in Latin America. Secondly, unfortunately not yet appearing on the screen, but I would like to introduce Mr. Richard Demoser, Director of Cloud Sales, Strategy and Planning of VMware. So I'm just going to wait to see if, because he's calling in on Zoom, and there he is. So this is Richard Demoser, Director of Cloud Sales for VMware. And of course, I guess all of you are aware of VMware, the company, central to the development of cloud computing and the growth of cloud computing. Also joining us via Zoom is Mr. Carlos Oliveira, Principal Administrator of D3 Policy Outreach and International Affairs of the European Commission's DG Connect. DG Connect is the Director General for Communications, Networks, Content and Technology. And its role is to develop and carry out the European Commission's policy on the digital economy and society, and conduct research and innovation. And here on the stage with me, we have Mr. Bartlett Morgan, lawyer at Bloomfield Caribbean, with specialization in digital law. So let us start perhaps with the first question to Carlos. From my interpretation of what is going on in the European Union, we can see three aspects to their strategy. One relates to GDPR, the second relates to digital sovereignty, and then of course the digital economy. And I think these three aspects can equate to let's say the title of this session, equating to innovation, governance, and sustainability. So Carlos, can you provide the context and thinking behind these aspects and where sovereign cloud fits into this strategy, particularly with emphasis on the innovation, governance, and sustainability aspects? I'm afraid we cannot hear you. Is on mute. Unmute. No, we still can't hear you.
Is it now better?
Yes, that's very good. Very
okay. Good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's really for me a great pleasure to participate in this conversation. And I hope that from our experience at the European Union, we can provide some sources of inspiration for what Caribbean can achieve, very much in line of some of the statements made by precedent speakers. And let me perhaps start by giving a very short outlook about why, for instance, data protection plays such an important role. Because data protection, beyond its intrinsic value, as a tool to secure our private information is also something that plays a role in the broader building or edifice of data economy. I mean, data protection, as most of you certainly are aware of, is something that actually dates from the beginning of the or the end of the first decade of the 21st century. And what we have learned from our previous engagement is that indeed this provides a very insightful perspective about what can be achieved in different areas. More specifically, just to give, let's say, a few snapshots, what we are doing is on one side very much anchored on an overall perspective about how the society should work. Indeed, the data protection is something that is inscribed in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, but at the same time, it's also something that derives from the need to really create a framework for regulation of this information that becomes not an obstacle to the development of the data economy, but instead a facilitator, because to some extent we are trying to provide, especially in the context of the European Union, harmonized perspective about what is the rules applicable to this sector. At the same time, it provides a governance structure that affords a framework for to enforce not only the rights but also the sanctions for the use of or the misuse of data. And in this context, for instance, we believe that we can expect a reduction of the costs of conformity that is very significant compared to what we could get if we have a devised market. And at the same time, a greater coherence. One of the things that we could observe in some countries in Latin America is that indeed, not only the decision was the decision of aligning with legislation that was very much aligned with the same principles of the GDPR, was not only supported by the civil society, but also very much endorsed by the businesses and the industry in general. At the same time, what we are aiming at plays a very strong role in associated sectors. And when we talk about a convergence, a regulatory convergence around data protection, we're also envisaging measures that facilitate in the future a free flow of data, certainly of data protection, of personal data, when the protective measures are considered adequate and somehow equivalent across the different states that are involved, but also of non-personal data. Of course, you can ask me how this is relevant for the development of cloud. Well, in reality, if we want to have a situation where different member states or different countries can ensure that they can secure personal data in a way that is compatible with these common obligations or with this element of equivalence, it's very important that they have control of what is the main mechanism for storage of data. It doesn't need to translate into necessarily a localization requirement, but we recognize that localization in many instances can be a very effective tool to ensure such kind of compliance with the general rules. Let me come back a little bit to the issue that was raised a bit earlier regarding the regulatory framework for data economy. I mean, of course, I think that the examples about the impact of the the economic impact of the data economy abundant, and I'm not going to repeat the many figures that are available, even if some of them are let's say, quite impressive. We are talking about, just in terms of additional added value of for the European Union of something around the 300 billion euros, which is quite a significant figure. This is just as additional value. But what is also very important to enable this is to have a harmonized regulatory framework. I'll perhaps stop here and come back to this at a later stage if you think that is appropriate.
Thank you, Carlos. So I will come back to this, and I will come back to Bartlett on this, but I first want to bring in Richard from VMware. You may be aware that VMware has a sovereign cloud initiative and a sovereign cloud framework. And I would like to ask Richard, what's the driving force behind establishing VMware's sovereign cloud initiative?
Thank you, Eamon. First of all, thank you, and good morning to everybody in the room. It's a big pleasure to speak to you. Hopefully, you can hear me all. And thank you for giving us the space here to speak about the Sovereign Cloud Initiative. As a European citizen, I'm a big fan of what the European Union is doing, especially with the European Commission as well as DG Connect, and the ideas that they actually drive into policies and regulations. Now, when we started our Sovereign Cloud Initiative, it actually started with the European Data Act, which tried to harvest and monetize the value of data collected through cutting-edge technologies. First and foremost, 3G or 5G technologies, IoT, and then the vast amount of data going to be collected. Based on that, there was a non-profit organization then created. It was called GaiaX, who then started to develop a open framework, a platform, a reference architecture for European enterprises, companies, as well as cloud providers to freely exchange data in an open fashion, transparent and fair fashion. And also, create then some kind of a marketplace to exchange data and then drive innovation. And Carlos just mentioned it, the added on value for the next couple of years is about 300 billion euros. So this is significant. Now, VMware in early 2021 started to engage in the GaiaX non-profit organization as a sponsor. And then we thought, well, we see absolute big value. It's all about the data, customers' data, consumers' data, enterprises' data. Now, how can we actually complement this valuable strategy from the European Union? And since they focused on the data layer, we said, well, we actually come up from the bottom, from an infrastructure perspective. So then we said, okay, let's define like an open framework where we then just bake in the principles that have been defined by the European Union into our framework and try to foster that, drive that, encourage our partners to pick up on those, basic principles, and then, give them the opportunity to host those data exchange marketplaces. I think, that was really like, the first ignition of where we started to engage. We then, started to move on with the Sovereign Cloud Initiative. We defined a policy framework, and we then launched it in late 2021. At a consumer custom event called VM Explore, or VM World as it was called then. And I think that's like the background of what we try to do. Just give custom or like nations the ability to support their digital agenda with their own through their own economy.
Thank you, Richard. I've got a follow-up question on that one. Is when you develop the framework and you also now have this verified sovereign cloud partnership program, what are the characteristics that VMware will recognize as a sovereign cloud? Particularly when you put your, let's say, reputation as a company with a company name on the VMware verified sovereign cloud partner, what are those partners expected to have, the characteristics they're expected to have?
Okay, thank you. I think that's a really good question, Eamon. So first of all, when we started our thought process, there was no official definition of what is data sovereignty or sovereign cloud, and still the European Commission unfortunately does not define it. Now we then sit down and put pen to paper and noted then. Okay, first of all, we think all data needs to be resident within a territory, and a territory can be a country, but it can also be like a legal boundary. So some certain US states could define an individual state, or we could have a NATO or European Union as a territory. Secondly, with data residency, this is then super critical, and that's why we then differentiate from the big three hyperscalers in the Americas. A cloud service provider must have full jurisdictional control over the data. That means they must be registered locally in that territory, and they must guarantee then to us that they can legally protect any foreign access to that customer data. And it must be really all customer data. It's not just the workload data, which can be protected by a customer by encryption, for example, but also the metadata. There is a lot of value to derive from metadata. So we really insist that full jurisdictional control over the metadata is there from a cloud provider perspective as well. Think the Cloud Act, FISA, but then there's other nations like China, NIL, National Intelligence Law, but any other state basically does that kind of an infiltration. But then those two are really the cornerstones of full control over data. Then thirdly, we require full compliance with national legislations, and I think that's why I disagree with the former speaker. Where not always national compliance is guaranteed. We ask this from our cloud service providers and partners. And then last but not least, it's about protecting the data, make it as secure as possible, but then also unlock the value of data and to drive innovation in the region.
Thank you, Richard. Bartlett, if I can turn to you now, because we've had some comments about the regulatory environment, particularly related to GDPR, and even with the sovereign cloud about data localization, etc. Can you give us a perspective of what's happening in this region regarding data privacy, data protection?
Sure. So the Caribbean is in a space right now where privacy and privacy laws are concerned, where it's almost like, as we'd say in Jamaica, river come down. So it's just a burst of activity right now. Just a few years ago, a decade ago, it was at best a handful of countries that even had privacy laws on the books. And now, as it stands, we're looking at a situation where the vast majority of Caribbean countries already have a substantive general purpose privacy law on the books. We're looking at, and this is defining Caribbean broadly, we're looking at something like 25 countries with privacy laws on the books and maybe about 8 without at this point. And there are other deeper implications for what the status is right now and what that means for business, for governments, and so on. Because, for example, what you see trend-wise is that increasingly the laws that are being passed are increasingly sophisticated in the scope of rights that are made available to data subjects and the detailed level of controls that are put in place for persons who are handling the data, different companies, and so on. And by extension, we're also seeing meaningful inroads by way of the kinds and nature of enforcement mechanisms and the size of the fines that are now available. A good example is that the last country to pass a law was Guyana. Guyana has more or less taken an approach that's similar to the Europeans via the GDPR, where you can use things like percentages of your overall profits as the basis for fines. And so we're seeing increasingly sophisticated sort of region where privacy laws are concerned. Those who've passed laws very early on, they're now looking to retool their laws or replace them altogether. I'm thinking here of the Bahamas, where they're currently going through a draft to bring up to speed their law, which was passed in like 2003. Trinidad has a law that's on the books, but not fully enforced. They're already looking to update the provisions to bring it in line with the general trends that I've just described.
Carlos, can I ask you a question, which I'm going to come back to Bartlett on straight after your answer? How important Is it or was it for the European Union to have harmonized GDPR legislation at the bloc level? And I think obviously the question I'm going to come back to Bartlett is it a missed opportunity here in the region that we didn't operate at a regional level, but at more at the national level? So first, Carlos, how, let's say, important from the point of view of developing digital sovereignty and developing digital economy has the GDPR been a foundation because it's at the bloc level?
I mean, I can say that it was a crucial element to develop this common understanding of what we mean by data protection, actually, which is has a slight distinction between data protection and privacy, but I'm not going to enter into that debate, but just as a little side comment. This actually unleashed an enormous ability to really have a better dialogue with the industry, because we are talking about entities that now running most of the digital platforms that use, in many cases, personal data as an element for their business model. This created, let's say, a capacity of dialogue and created a level playing field that we have actually been very successful in sharing with countries in other parts of the world. I don't want to put too much emphasis on my personal experience, but I spent 6 years in Brazil, during which I had the chance of actually following almost every step of the discussion about their legislation on data protection. And it became very clear that indeed the fact that there was a region with the size, number of users, also economic relevance like Europe was very important, because it created, let's say, a model that could serve as inspiration for other legislations, even not only on the issues that are very basic about sanctions and so on, but also about the things that are essential in the analysis of data protection, things like transparency of algorithms, things like scoring, not personal scoring, but for instance, scoring for credit, things like, for instance, what kind of data can be shared without actually infringing the rights of users and creating, let's say, a beneficial environment also for the businesses that depend on such data, because we don't want really to create, let's say, a straitjacket that doesn't allow really to develop the innovative potential of data. In many areas, such potential can be used. And for instance, during the COVID pandemic, we had actually a few examples of how we could really combine this innovative potential, this public good, with an element of data protection. So for us, we used to say that is to some extent a success story, with all these elements, protection of rights, but also creating a global point of reference for the rest of the world on this area that we hope to emulate in other areas of the data regulatory framework, with the Data Act, with the AI, with data governance, and so on, which also fit into the rules that are applicable to cloud and edge computing.
Thank you, Carlos.
Back to you.
Bartlett, could you comment on that aspect of it, the regionalization versus the, let's say, nationalization of legislation?
So, yeah, the way I want to speak on it is by giving some context to data protection and privacy. Very often there is this assumption, and an incorrect assumption, that privacy is about limiting things, limiting business, making things harder and so on. All these additional controls have to put in place and what have you. But in the larger scheme of things, when done right, privacy is actually quite the business enabler at the domestic level, but also internationally. And so the degree to which you implement appropriate legal frameworks correctly is also directly correlates to the degree to which you allow business to develop and cross-border transactions and so on to take place effectively. Now, in the Caribbean context, Obviously, the degree to which there is an element of predictability in the legal framework that you'll find around the movement of personal data, it clearly will lead to spill-on effects for businesses in terms of efficiencies and so on, and even, quite frankly, there's the likelihood of doing business more regionally and so on and at a certain scale. And in my view, there is, I would say right now, there's something of a missed opportunity in the sense that, yes, we all have these different privacy laws, and you heard the statistics that I gave earlier. You know, we're increasingly going that direction, but we're going about it in a sort of piecemeal fashion as it stands right now. And you know this, and I mean, there's perhaps an element of irony that we're speaking of sovereignty and data sovereignty, and it's absolutely within the right of a sovereign country to do what they want in terms of their laws. But the question is, in doing that, are you doing it in a way with an eye to the future? And for example, in the context where we are, well, most Caribbean countries are part and parcel of the CSME, right? And so if you're passing laws with that in mind, then the question becomes, to what degree are you creating a framework or circumstances where data can flow quickly, easily, efficiently, and I would argue predictably? And so to the extent that we pass individual laws with different nuances and so on, it actually does a disservice to that. And so if we're able to pass laws that are actually more aligned in certain, well, certainly in the fundamental areas, it makes it easier to have these kinds of spill-on effects for the economy and so on.
Richard, if I can bring you in on this one, and as a global technology company, I don't know if you've got a view on an approach for legal frameworks. You're obviously a European citizen, you know all about the EU legislation, but let's say for a region like the Caribbean, which has CARICOM as one of the main regional organizations, what would be your perspective from a technology company point of view and a recommendation, let's say, on a legal approach?
I personally think, working in technology for many, many years now, as well as, for VMware, we see ourselves as an enabler in a region. And, VMware, we are a global US-based company, and, we don't want to be like, a policymaker or like an enforcer of something. We see ourselves as an enabler. And, that's the way how we actually structured now our Sovereign Cloud Initiative. We want to enable local partners who are then, the specialists to adhere and follow the local legislation. So I think, that's the first point. So, and, that also means I'm not, an expert speaker right now on, the local legislation, the CARICOM basis or, within the Caribbean. But in general, I think also there needs to be, a certain, critical mass in, for either legislation or for business that needs to be overcome in order then, to generate more value. So from that perspective, I would, probably agree with Bartlett that, defining, data privacy at a bigger scale, probably would, drive more betterment than, for the region.
Thank you, Richard.
Iman, am I allowed to make a little?
Sure.
Is just because it was something that actually popped up from the comments made in the meantime. We are at the moment actually engaging with some countries on the next step, which is the so-called adequacy agreements with countries with whom we have, let's say, this same level of equivalence in terms of protection, in terms of rights to users, in terms of mechanisms of implementing these. And for instance, one of the outcomes of this is that at the moment, we are moving into another service with great impact from our perspective, which is, for instance, the development of a system of mutual recognition of digital signatures, not only within the context of the European Union, but potentially going abroad, going into other countries that are our partners, and therefore with an enormous potential for economic advantages in terms of facilitating commerce, facilitating exchanges of information, and basically giving a true sense of what we usually talk about, a global digital economy, where everybody actually is in a more leveled playing field. Sorry for this interruption.
There is something I do want to sort of append to the back end of this conversation so far. And I mean, we're speaking in the context of sovereignty and the benefits and perhaps drawbacks or what have you of that. But we've kind of gone in the direction of data privacy. And I feel like there's a way in which the two connect, and it relates to the question that you've kind of asked. So one of the things you tend to realize with data sovereignty fairly early on is that there isn't sort of like one standard definition that everybody says, yes, this is what it means, right? Depending on the context, there are people who sort of define data sovereignty slightly differently, and it really tends to go back to the particular needs of a particular country and so on. And so very often, in the context of, questions around security and so on, there may be certain concerns or fears about the data. Not so much that it has to reside within the sovereign state itself, but that it does not go to certain other sovereign states. But there are certain other countries, you could think of them as friendly countries. And so perhaps you may want to use the same EU as a sort of example where there will be less difficulties or less security concerns around, for example, your data being stored in a jurisdiction that's close by. Now, I'm saying that to say, if you have agreements at whatever level between countries, for example, in the Caribbean context, that speak to a number of things around data sharing and certain baselines around data, and even just sort of like a recognition of each of the jurisdictions that are part to the agreement as having a certain baseline framework. These are things that, again, augur to the benefit of the Caribbean countries themselves, because, for example, there may be well-developed infrastructure in a particular country that's suitable and meets all the metrics and criteria. And based on how you define, sovereignty or your sovereignty-related needs, it's okay for you to have the data there, perhaps, right? Mm-hmm. And so there are all these different ways that this conversation could go as regards the whole question of legal arrangements and how they could potentially facilitate sovereignty. But if you've taken a broad view of it, for example, as some people have done.
So because we spoke a lot about data and data sovereignty, and obviously, whatever way you want to slice this, when you talk about sovereign cloud or digital sovereignty, it all comes back to data in the end. The use of data, monetization of data, the protection of data, all of these things, it's back to data. Carlos, can I ask you, I know that in the context of the current collegiate of the European Commission, they did place a priority on pledging that Europe must achieve technological sovereignty in critical areas. Now, I would take that as digital sovereignty in critical areas, maybe, if it means the same thing. Could you kind of give an indication of what those areas are, where the emphasis on the sovereignty is, as opposed to perhaps a more global approach?
Yes, indeed. I mean, there are several elements that are very critical in this discussion about sovereignty. One has to do with the dependency on some critical technologies. I mean, the one example that normally comes to our minds more immediately has to do with the whole area of microelectronics, where Europe, despite being probably the largest market in the world, still has a very small slice of production that is done locally. And that's not just a matter of lack of technological capacity, because in the pipeline of the semiconductor industry, there are many European companies that are global leaders, but it's also a matter of the way the production chains in the sector are organized to take profit from advantages of in economies of scale. And this is probably the most obvious area. But the notion of sovereignty also applies to other elements, how to really embark into an element of discussion regarding the issues of competition that reflects a global perspective and not just, let's say, a local market perspective, but also the issues of how the new media, and especially the role of digital platforms, have on issues such as the influence in the democratic process, but ultimately how also we envisage the future in a way that actually creates a fair level playing field. And in this context, we think that actually it's very important to really make, let's say, an assessment of what is the situation. The issues around cloud, the issues around networks and network infrastructures that ensure a secure global connectivity system or global connectivity infrastructure are very central. And that's the reason why the European Union is actually deploying very significant investments in this area, not only in Europe, but also with partner countries across the world. And for instance, the Global Gateway package that is being deployed especially in Africa, but also in Latin America and Caribbean, makes part of this. And by saying that we are targeting these regions is not because we have any kind of neo-colonialist ambition. It's simply because these are also regions with whom we believe that we have some commonality of values and understanding about what should be the future in terms of project of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Richard, I saw you nodding your head there during that comment. Do you have a comment to make on this?
No, absolutely. I could not, agree more. What Carlos just said. From my perspective, is really coming down a lot, to competitive advantage by some global players, that have such a big, step ahead. Like 80% of European data, resides with American and US-based companies. That is an incredible amount, and if you just look into this competitive advantage, those three companies know almost every single step, what users and enterprises are doing today and what they actually want to do the next 12 to 18 months. And using that, advantage or, that knowledge to their own advantage. They're not open, they're not sharing. And then, local economies or local enterprises will never have a chance, to really play a true catch up. So from that perspective, spot on, Carlos.
Let's say turning to something a little bit more mundane, which is the economic possibilities here in the Caribbean. I know for Carlos, we have a CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, and in that agreement, services are covered, including ICT services. And of course, Europe is a very large market, 450 million people, and you mentioned already about the added value of 300 billion on cloud computing. How should the Caribbean approach gaining access to this market? I mean, we've had this offline discussion before, and it does kind of come back to certain aspects of the regulatory environment, the levels of data protection for EU citizen data being hosted in the region. What is the potential, and are there steps that would allow the region to gain access to this very large market?
Well, I think that it could seek inspiration about what is already taking place with other parts of the world, because to some extent, the digital transformation that we are going through is a bit of a redistribution of the cards. We don't necessarily need to really go through the same process of following the steps of the others, possibly normally seen as more developed countries or more advanced countries, to repeat the same learning process. We can overcome some of these intermediate steps and get to the point more quickly without this lengthy learning curve. And what we have seen is that from our contacts with some countries, the fact that we have been able to really create this kind of common regulatory environment, that we have been able to attract the investment of companies, including many European companies that are actually active in the sector. It is really important because it creates this kind of fair and more equitable market competition that allows us to benefit from innovation, to create new opportunities. And when I say new opportunities not only for European companies, but also for the companies and the actors in Caribbean to really accede to the European market. Is a two-way street, and we believe that actually there is a huge potential in this area, even to capitalize on services that are not yet fully deployed, but where you can have some local advantages that can be explored, provided that we create this environment that allows the free flow of data, not only personal data, but also other kinds of data that are essential and where you have probably in some areas good advantages. The developments around 5G, IoT are not simply technological developments. They have really a huge impact in transforming the business models of traditional activities. And that's really an opportunity. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Bartlett, you want to make a comment on that? Okay, so I think we just have one final question on this panel before we open it for any questions from the audience. And it's a fairly simple one, I guess. If you were asked to advise the governments here in the Caribbean represented at the CTU event on implementing sovereign cloud, what would your key message be? And I'll go to Richard first.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think, with a sovereign cloud, everybody thinks about security, and security comes down to, protect, unauthorized access to data. Everybody thinks about security controls and malicious users and ransomware attacks, etc. But there is the other aspect of the jurisdictional control, where third jurisdictions actually can bypass national legislation to gain access to customer data, metadata as well as customer data. So my recommendation would be really on a regional level, start to think about the data sovereignty and put it on the digital agenda of CARICOM. And then really, start to define that term. What is data sovereignty? What does it mean? Because the global hyperscalers start to, use that term, but they dilute the value of it. And, by our definition, they never can be data sovereign. So that would be the first thing, think, put it on the agenda, then start to, put in place legislation, with, that definition in there. And then thirdly, Bartlett, spoke about that one as well, enforce it, right? So just, don't create a paper tiger, really enforce it, think about, how you think, structure then penalties.
Thank you, Richard. Carlos, what would your advice be to governments here today?
I mean, I have to admit that I feel inclined to look at if you allow me, the bigger picture. When I say the bigger picture is looking, of course, to the cloud as an important, I would even say in some respects, essential component of a broader investment that covers what we define in our Digital Compass 2030 strategy, the key elements of the four quadrants, the investment on infrastructures. That has to do with connectivity, but also other kinds of infrastructure that are essential. That's where we have precisely edge and cloud computing. We are also talking about using this infrastructure basis to promote the digitization, both of government, but of services, because that also fits into this idea of actually reaping the benefits of the digital transformation. But of course, this doesn't really work if you don't have the human skills to really explore fully this potential. And we talk about skills, we are not only talking about the professionals, even if they are extremely important, but also about the population in general, because the population has to be, let's say, equipped to really unleash all the potential. It could be in terms of entrepreneurship, even of small businesses. It could be in terms of explore in many areas where at the moment the traditional value chains really are made in such a way that in many cases only a very small part of the value that is generated in a value chain stays in the place where the thing is produced and ultimately gets a bit lost in the long chain with other intervenients. And I think this is very important to Caribbean, where I think that you have probably experienced this same problem. Lots of products, lots of even services, where ultimately you get 20% and the other 80% are lost in other intervenients. Having this understanding is very important and will really be crucial to really push to a more equitable distribution of the value that is generated by the digital transformation.
Thank you, Carlos. And finally, Bartlett, what would your advice to the government here be?
I think my advice would perhaps be in two categories. One, collective action, and the second is really more of a question, why? As regards the first, I think we're at the point now where, I mean, we've seen the evidence from other places in the world, Europe and elsewhere, where taking a collective approach to figuring out issues around digital and data sovereignty, it holds the potential for unlocking tremendous amount of economic value. There's no reason why we can't do the same. I think what's going to be important for us is to sit down and do the hard work of figuring out, well, first of all, what do some of these things actually mean to us, these concepts? You know, figure out what they mean, figure out a collective baseline that we can all agree on, and then figure out different ways in which we can tackle it in a way that makes sense for us as a region. It's, you know, it's critical as we enter this latest era of the Caribbean's development that we are mindful that digital development and the development of our digital economies individually and collectively is where it's at. And so we need to put in place the building blocks for that for right now. And I feel like that's where, for example, those of, you know, ministers and so on who are here need to start having those smaller conversations about how do we get it right so we don't get down the road in a piecemeal way and then try to figure it out and try to like pull it back on the back end when it's sometimes impossible to do. The other, I think, takeaway, I think, for, you know, different jurisdictions in the Caribbean who may be represented here today is the whole question of why. As it stands right now, I mean, tackling questions or trying to figure out issues around digital sovereignty and data sovereignty in particular, I think you need to know, well, why? Why is it important at the level of a government, but also within your government, within different ministries and departments and so on? There needs to be a meaningful engagement with the question of, well, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we going after this or tackling this issue of data sovereignty? What are the particular drivers for us? And that will tend to sort of inform the appropriate solutions that make sense for you. Don't make the mistake that we've sometimes made in the past where we call up somebody else in a similar department or ministry or even country and go, well, what did you guys do? Okay, all right, we'll do that too. That doesn't work. We've seen that it doesn't work. There is enough nuance at play for us to be, to have to be mindful of our specific situations and so on. I think that's where I'd end today.
Thank you very much, Bartlett. Well, we've got a few minutes left, so I'll open the floor for anybody with questions. I'll count to 5, and if I don't see a hand up, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, well, one gentleman just got in before I saw Gary telling me to wrap it up. So there might be one question then. You're the lucky man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Felipe de la Mota from the European Union delegation here in Barbados. I just wanted to mention, because in this context, we're going to be having in the EU-LAC Digital Alliance an event in Cartagena, the Indias, at the end of November, where we're going to be inviting senior officials of all the Caribbean governments for discussion with the EU on policy dialogue precisely in the area of data governance. But not just that, artificial intelligence, also connectivity and the broader digital debate. So I just wanted to let participants know, particularly from the governments, that we're going to be inviting you to this discussion with you officials later in November. Just a plug-in.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think with that then we will wrap up. Everybody needs to have a coffee and a tea. And I would just like to thank the panelists, Bartlett here in Barbados, Richard in Munich, and Carlos in Brussels. Thank you very much. This panel is now concluded.
Folks, as we prepare for the next session, architecture for the Digicel group of companies. And next to him, we have Mr. Luis Adolfo, who is the Chief Technical Officer, Government Solutions with Huawei. And of course, Mr. Douglas Charles, he is a Senior Manager, Government and Regulatory Affairs. And last but not least, Mr. Julian Wilkins, the Ambassador for the Caribbean region from Senova. So as our panelists today, and I would like to first invite Mr. Prashant Singh. I know he has a presentation, and I'd like to invite him to make his presentation now.
Do you want me to continue from here?
You can come here, you can stay there if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Prashant Singh. I'm Global Director of Strategy and Architecture for Digicel Group. It's my immense pleasure to be among such a beautiful, such an influential audience. We have honorable ministers, policymakers, regulators, technocrats, and we have great friends who have been part of this journey for a long period of time. In all fairness, our region has been quite a bit catching up over the course of past, sorry Gary, we lost that screen. In all fairness, our region has been catching up for past few years, and we have been moving into the direction of digital transformation. We have been hitting the points which is very, very important, and that begins with the adoption and the awareness. With the help of all the ministers, with the help of regulators, with the help of technocrats, with the help of the industry and the friends, we have created the awareness. We have managed the COVID situation in a way which was pro-digital. Everybody started working from the home. Everybody was able to work and educate their kids from the home. Health sector was impacted, but within the circumstances, whatever we could have done, we have done whatever best possible for the region. Point to be noted, there have been always a question, how digital transformation going to support Caribbean to achieve the destination where Caribbean is deserving to reach. And I can see, and I can envisage that digital transformation will lead to a more prosperous Caribbean. This is an era where the global companies, where the global services sector, they are looking forward for the places where we have talent, where we have the people, processes, and the tools to further enable the next phase. And we are very well qualified with all those basic requirements. Where we are lacking is our capability to build the resilient networks. And in all, we are one step away from building the resilient network for our region. What do we need? We need to work together. We need to understand our challenges, and we need to understand the actual impact that resilient network going to offer on us. But before we go there, I think what is more important for all of us to understand, and I'm sorry, the slides are not going as they should be. Maybe I'm struggling here with the control. Gary, I might be needing your help. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. What is important for us to understand the challenges which our region has. And if we look on the challenges, all these countries who are represented here, based out of the Caribbean, they go through the same challenges. If I try to simplify those challenges and put into the pillars, I can clearly show everybody we have 5 challenges. Number one biggest challenge we are having is our own geo limitations. All the countries, we have challenges with the hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanoes. We build our network, the networks are destroyed, and we invest again and we rebuild again together. We have a very small scale of the economy. Every single dollar that our network operator invest into the USA, that gives them 3 times more capacity than we build in Caribbean. And that is all caused by our small scale of economy and our geographical challenges. We have huge dependency for the importation. We cannot manufacture required goods, required equipment within the Caribbean. So that is our first limitation that I'll call out geo limitation. Second is unreliable energy and infrastructure. We all are heavily dependent on the fuel supply from the third parties or the third countries, or in several of our cases, we are still doing the energy generation from the other methodologies which are not very, very reliable. And we are continuously heavily being dependent on the protection of our infrastructure on the government. Security threats are the real in Caribbean, and we are very, very much dependent on the subsea connectivity, in a lot of cases, quite linear or non-resilient subsea. And over and above, we are still playing a catch-up role when it comes to the regulations. So in net, a reason which has challenges, we know, all of us know, we know how to handle it, how to manage it, but now we need to know how to face it, how to be upfront, make sure that we work together to build a resilient network and rule into the game. If I go to the next step, how to overcome on the threats, and if I talk to each of our policymakers, regulators, and the ministers, I would request and I would like them to look at the scale from the 9 key pillars. And what would be those 9 key pillars? Number 1, deploying the resilient subsea. That is very, very fundamental and important for the Caribbean, considering every single data which comes to us, arrives to us, that traverses through the ISPs. And most of the ISPs are the major digital apps or servers are based out of the USA. So having a stronger subsea resilient network is our prime focus. And in order to do so, there are multiple ways where we can work together, partner together, seek the international funding, or try to form a consortium where multiple countries can work as a one party to get the longer term benefit. Number 2, treating telecommunication as the critical service. As of now, we have not been considering our infrastructure at telecom, which basically enables the digital layer as a critical service. I think it is a time when we start calling out telecommunication as the most critical service, which enables the security systems, which enables the healthcare, which enables the education and the basic economy of the country. Number 3 is right to clean spectrum. We have to understand that every single MNO who operates into the Caribbean goes through a regular outages or regular quality of experience issues because of the spectrum pollution. And offering clean spectrum to each of the telecom is fundamental demand at the moment. If we can offer the clean spectrum, we can basically offer a very sustainable service, as we will keep going towards the journey of the 5G or 6G, but still the quality of experience will not reach to the point where it should be. Number 4, focus on the self-sustainability. And I would like to thank to the panel who was here before. They have raised a very important point that was related with the sovereign cloud. It is a boon for the entire Caribbean that technology evolution has reached up to the point where Caribbean can start envisaging its own future, which is self-sustainable and self-reliable. All kind of applications, big OTTs, which are now sitting out of the California, can be brought down, can be brought into the hemisphere of the Caribbean, sitting on the MNO's data center or the government data centers. So there is a huge potential opportunity to transform Caribbean by building these self-sustainability. The next one, the 5th point, which I want to raise, is basically promoting the infrastructure resiliency. Considering our very small scale into the Caribbean, building the second data center becomes quite a bit burden on the operator. and it is very difficult to get the return on investment. So each of the ministers and regulators and the policymakers, we all do understand, and we have to understand together as a one party, that whenever we have to build for the future of a sustainability perspective, another data center or another landing station, let us work together. Let us figure out how can we reduce the cost of the resilient infrastructure. The sixth point, which is very important for us, is power, stability, and the infrastructure. If we look back and go through our outages reports, we figure out of 100% of the outages, 99% are caused due to power failure or due to incidents which is related with the infrastructure. And if we want us to be next generation digitally transformed economy, I think it is very important that we make robust infrastructure. We change the models, we generate power, we invest more into the solar, we subsidize solar, and we offer the highways, which has the docks, which has the placeholders for the future fiber rollouts, etc. The number 7 is harmonizing a spectrum plan across the Caribbean. And I think this could be quite transformative for the Caribbean, especially considering each of us create more interference for each other's network cross-border or within the border. And we are not able to gain an economy of scale if we have harmonious spectrum across all our markets. Telco can deploy at one country and into the another country. They can use the same hardware, they can use the same configuration and the softwares, which will bring down the cost of deploying the network. And in addition to that, there would be no need for the keeping the spares, etc., in each of the countries. So that could be one of the models that can actually change the game. Going to the next one, and I think this is going to be very important, is the challenge which we are having with the digital divide as of today. Our urban versus rural digital connect or outreach to the customers or outreach to the citizens are very, very divided. While we have the 100%, almost 100% coverage into the urban hemisphere, we quietly lag the connectivity into the rural. And that is clearly driven by the amount of cost that we have to face to invest the capital and get the return on those invested capital. And it can be clubbed in a way where government and the private sector, we play hand-in-hand game where we can get the access to the resources of the government, like the post office buildings, fire stations, and the regulations are built in a way where we can build the telco infrastructure at the lower cost, which can help government to penetrate further, reach the citizens, increase their digital outreach, and at the same time, it can offer the telcos gain, where we have a better connectivity to the areas which we have not been covering into the past. And the last one, which has been, I would call it out, have been reaching to a 1.0 level. Now we need to go in a plan of 2.0, where education has reached to each of the points, each of the citizens, from the perspective of the cyber security. Now the people do understand we need better policies and procedures, and we need to infuse the outreach with the critical and crisp messages where people can understand what are those challenges our citizens are facing. I'm getting alarm bell. I need to close it quickly. So I'll go very, very quick and hand over the mic to Gary. And thanks for giving me time. I want to summarize my points. This is a high time. We need to understand we have a prosperous future in front of us. But in order to hit that point, we need to build a resilient infrastructure. Building resilient infrastructure is no more optional. It is mandatory. The countries who do build the infrastructure, who do build the resilient infrastructure, they will they will gain the access of the larger investments. Their economic growth will be fast tracked, and countries who fall behind, they will be left out in this game. So it's the time. Let's collaborate. Let's work together. Work as a team across all the countries in Caribbean. Let's gain the efficiency. Let's buy our scale and reach to the point which we are dreaming together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prashana. That was really an engaging presentation. I mean, identifying the challenges and actually getting into identifying some of the real solutions and the real things that we need to do across the region to address some of these challenges. I'd like to invite Carlos, sorry, not Carlos, Mr. Luis Adolfo from the Chief Technology Officer from Huawei to make his short presentation as well to us.
Thank you, Gary. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be so soon, but let's go. How's everybody doing? Glad to be back in Barbados. The last time I was scheduled to be here was March 2020. And thank God Trump closed the airports, because if it hadn't, I would have been stuck. Well, not stuck because it's a great place, for 6 months, as my colleague that did get on the plane and did arrive got to live in Barbados 6 months. I told this story to my wife and said, well, you would have been single by now, because 6 months in Barbados, you won't have a home. So let's see if they get started the presentation. So it was fun. So I'm very happy to be back here. And I'm going to talk about digital transformation and resiliency. And it's not just big hurricanes and earthquakes and those kind of problems, because I was stuck in Miami 5 days because of Marta. I was in Curacao and they took us out of Curacao to Miami because it was going to be safer, and landed in Miami, no luggage, 5 days at a shelter. Fortunately, a friend came and saved me, but it's resiliency. It's part of the process. But I specialize in government. I was a public official for over 25 years, from city, state to federal, working on small, large projects of IT transformation. And we are living digital transformation right now, not just government, not just companies, but individually. Somebody said earlier that nobody has a landline at their home. Well, I have a semi-landline because cell coverage is not that great. So it's for an emergency, I have to use a landline, but it's getting there. But COVID proved something very important to all of us, is that we have a problem in resiliency. The scaling, what happened during COVID in the infrastructure, we find out that the bandwidth wasn't enough, that we weren't prepared as a government to provide the services that were required at that point in time to do a better service. We couldn't collect taxes. We couldn't give classes to our children. Health services were overwhelmed. Why? Because there was a big challenge. We didn't have the infrastructure to analyze the data to make sure that we could get the benefits to everybody on time. On top of that, we have cybersecurity issues, because when I used to talk about security and safe city solutions, I always said that the only person that is more entrepreneurial than a big company, it's crime. They always look for the opportunity, the same as big business. So everybody was online, so cybersecurity became a very big problem because we were trying to get online, but also the digital economy grew a lot and we weren't prepared for this. And a lot of foreign companies took advantage, and locally weren't prepared, so we had to take action. So that's part of it. We weren't prepared for something as simple as an illness that overtook the world. It shouldn't have happened the way it happened. But like I said, we are working on digital transformation. And when we're working on digital transformation, we're focusing on two things: bringing the infrastructure to provide the services in government. This is the key part to provide better services. But you have to think of it as all of the problems that you're going to face. And it's not just hurricanes, pandemics, things like power outage. And well, you can have a power plant, but I will talk to you about a big problem that it happened here. And you have the infrastructure, and you have your digital governance and your policies to provide great online services. And I'm only talking about a personal experience. When I was part of Mexico City infrastructure, I was the CTO for Mexico City. We were working on digital city, and everybody's going online. But the second largest bank in Mexico had a network issue, and they lost service for 3 days. This happened about 15 years ago, for 3 services. About 30% of the income of the city for taxes came through that bank. And the people that paid the taxes couldn't pay their taxes under the business because their money was stuck in the bank. So we couldn't charge them late fees because in actuality, it wasn't their problem. They couldn't get their money. So we had to change policy for those people that had the problem. So when you're thinking about resiliency, not just infrastructure, it's the process has to take into account. And I'm talking about this because we had to talk to the Congress to do a special law to exempt those people. Well, it had to be universal, so everybody had got the benefit that they got an additional week for that period of time to pay their taxes, because although the mayor of the city could sign off that benefit, politically it could have been poorly seen. Because, oh, it's your benefit, your friends from that bank. So we had to do a thing completely for everybody. But that's the way you have to design. You have to think not just hurricanes, earthquakes, power outages. One of your partners may have problems. Your fiber will be cut and the other line will not be working. So you have to think about all of those things to make sure that you're working on a digital transformation process and you're resilient. And you have to be thinking about being efficient, having the right infrastructure to provide the correct services. Security, because you're going to have a big problem because everybody's working online, but you have to have the intelligence within the system to make sure what's happening and know how you have to react to how to react to the problems, and you have to be open. And this is very, very important. It's when everybody knows that you're having a problem, everybody will try to support you. If you try to cover up, put it under the table, it's not correct. You have to be open. Yes, we're having this issue. Please bear with us. And everybody will help you try to process it when you have the right infrastructure and you have the right platform to provide the correct services. And for that, you do need a strong infrastructure. You do need a strong partners in network. You need to design the resiliency in the network, making sure the network and everything that is connected to it has alternate routes to communicate, that you have the possibility to grow the bandwidth when something like COVID happens and everybody has to go online to take their classes and everybody has to go online to work. Yeah, because like I said, we're all going to digital transformation. And during the pandemic, I changed the place I live. I went from Mexico City to Merida. It's a really nice town, but the problem with that really nice town is not a very large town, so there's not a lot of infrastructure. So I went from my home in Mexico City, from 100 meg digital fiber to my home, to a 5 megabit cellular connection, and trying to do video conferencing to everybody. So what I end up doing to make sure that I had 5 connections. Sorry, I had 3 connections at 5 megabits. One for me, one for my wife, and one for my kids, so everybody could do it. So you have to evolve, you have to think about it. And when the problem comes, you have to work fast. You have to actually evolve and make sure. How am I doing on time? 2 minutes? Okay, excellent. But in this type of resiliency, you have to also think about everybody must be part of the service. And I've been traveling to the Caribbean for the last almost 10 years. And when you go to the big towns, yeah, you have great service. Right now here, I have bandwidth to my phone, excellent. But when you go a little further out, And a little further out more, you don't have very good coverage, you don't have fiber, you don't have services. So you have to take that into account. Make sure that everybody is connected. You have to balance out better connection, but everybody has to be part of the solution, because if those parts that are not connected are not part of the solution, you're not actually providing full services to everybody to making transparent. So you have to balance it out. Strong network, resilience network, or connecting everybody. And I will look forward to a part of something that we did in Mexico. Well, I didn't do it, but Mexican government did. And I don't know if it's called Internet para Todos. This is a program that started many years ago, about 10 years ago. But with this new president, it was really pushed forward in what they did to make sure that everybody was connected. And they did two things. We have a national power company. And within the power lines, the long haul power lines, there's fiber that goes through that. So they said, well, let's do a national network to make sure that we can get fiber to every place the power gets. But they also did another thing. They created a national, not public service cellular operator, but they make sure that created a cellular network that covers all of the places that the big carriers are not covering at that point in time, to make sure that you can extend the services. And like with the example that I was talking, that I was having 5 megabits connections, I was taking advantage of that network because my house was offside of Merida. So I was going to that network to connect. So through the joint venture of these two companies, CFE Telecom and Altan Network, that made sure that everybody in Mexico, just about, has access to good network bandwidth, reliable network connectivity. 5 megabits through cellular, it's better than 0, reliable. You could do a video conferencing. You couldn't do 4K Netflix movies, but you could do a video conferencing. So that's part of the things that you can do to make sure to provide coverage, service to everybody. And when I was talking about that network is the government doesn't offer the service. That network was provided by the government, but the service is sold through partners. So you don't buy it through you buy it too. If one of the carriers doesn't have service in that area, they can link up to the network and the smaller carriers resell that services. So that's the way they were doing. They're doing joint ventures to improve the coverage, improving the coverage of the country, making sure everybody was connected, and getting better, a more digital economy to grow into in the country. So this is yeah. Okay, I'm wrapping up, and this is just I'm going to close it with this and I've been using these slides for just about 10 years, and every time you increase the coverage of your ICT in a country, your country grows. It's a proven fact. It is not debatable. It's the more infrastructure, the more people are connected, the stronger your country and your economy will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Following on from Prashant's earlier presentation, really growing on the need for not just the physical infrastructure, but also looking at the enabling environment beyond that to deliver your services, and then looking at collaboration as well, beyond governments to put in and to have these services delivered on a resilient backbone infrastructure. So all these can't happen in isolation. I mean, we must have governments, involvement. We must have the operators who provide policies as well, government policies, and also operators who must also have policies of their own to support and advance this development. So I'm now going to bring on Mr. Douglas Charles, who is the senior manager for Cable and Wireless. Yes, the regulatory affairs Government and Regulatory Affairs from Cable and Wireless, and I think he's going to address some of these policy areas. So,
thank you very much. And could my slides be brought up, please? So good morning to all, Honorable Minister, our industry leaders, our regulatory executives, and many of vendors, CEOs, business partners in the room. Good morning to everyone. Subject to my slides coming up, I'd like to start by just introducing who we are, why we have credibility in speaking to this subject of importance of network resiliency. Now, I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of Liberty Latin America and its subsidiary, C&W Networks. And we are vested, we are here, and we're making a difference. We employ 11,000 persons across Latin America and the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, it's 7,500 people. We have 8 million mobile subscribers, 3.9 million subscribers on video, internet, and fixed networks. We're generating across Liberty Latin $4.5 billion, and we're vested. We are critical to the investment in the subsea network that connects our region, over 24 countries, and we have offices across the region. What that means is that in the same way that network resiliency matters to the economies in which we operate, it matters to our own very existence as a business. And so, benefited from having Prasant speak before me. He talked to some of the issues about why it's absolutely essential. I think Luis also added to that. I'm not going to spend much time on that. I'm not going to use my 8 minutes, much of my 8 minutes, to restate that. But the point is that we're all aligned about the threats to network resilience and the fact that we need to do something about it. Now, Cable and Wireless has a resilient network. That doesn't mean that it is perfect, but what it means is that we have internal policies and have taken steps to make the network resilient and robust, and we continue to work towards that. The infrastructure is diverse. Technical people would like to say self-healing, right? You have backup power supply, you have redundant routes, you have, design elements which allow the network, when compromised in one aspect, to have failover. And we do use artificial intelligence in the network to monitor it and so on. So we have a self-healing network. As was said before, we've invested in backup power supply. Minister Maynard is here. He manages both the electricity sector and the telecommunication sector. And understand that the electricity sector in its own way has its own constraints and challenges. And hence we have power outages, and we've invested in our own alternate power supplies to provide that redundancy and backup. We've done our best to have underground cables delivering service. Yes, we do have area cables. Sometimes speed to market, you have to get the service up, but we do have underground cables. And when we come to about policy making, we'll talk actually a bit more about that. And we use a range of things, cloud-based services, to the extent that the entity that we are facilitating, or the country in which we're operating, allows that for the data to be stored on island or off island and used. On island, we collaborate with data centers to have resiliency, which are data centers which are built to specs and can both withstand natural disasters as well as cyber attacks and sufficiently redundant. Not to mention now just the whole orientation of how we train our employees, we go through drills, we make them very sensitive and aware of threats to the network and what they need to do to mitigate and then engage with the community. But I think this is where we want to spend most of our time, right? Talking about policies, that we can collectively discuss, what governments could do, what role there is, and hopefully we get time in the end to talk about that as a panel and with you and your expertise. A regulatory framework is needed in order to enhance network resiliency. Yeah, we'll self-manage, we'll self-regulate, we'll put things in the network, but there's no question that a framework is needed. And if I were to look at that and look at national emergency plans and look at disaster response protocols, maybe early warning systems, monitoring and compliance, you see all of that is interrelated with our regulatory framework, right? And it can be voluntary and some of it can be mandatory. So for example, if you think about what happens in a national disaster, is national roaming allowed? How is spectrum used? How it's assigned? If additional spectrum is needed on a temporary basis, does the framework allow that? How much flexibility does the government have or the law have? So one needs to look across that piece to ensure that it facilitates resiliency and collaboration and cooperation within markets, even while respecting the proprietary business practices or information of any given operator in the market, given that they remain competitors. Data sharing and collaboration, government has a lot of information, what's happening, where it's happening, how bad it is, how many people are affected. We should be part of that. Where is our network down? What are we doing about it? What's the lead time to restoration? We should have this ecosystem where there is data sharing and collaboration between governments and the private sector network operators, and there should be a policy around that. And I did speak to things like national roaming in a disaster, which is just humane and very vital. How does that work? With respect to tax incentives and public-private partnerships, there need to be policies around that as well. I listened to Louis, we talk about where the network should be. It should be kind of ubiquitous, it should be universal in the rural areas, but at cost. And there's always this CapEx envelope. There's always this financial constraint. So to get the bang for our buck, we need to partner. Governments are building highways. Can they put in docks? What's the size of these docks? Is it just for their fiber? Will they allow other players to participate? Will they partner with network providers to offset the cost of the docks? Where does that partner? What does that partnership look like? Is very important in public-private partnerships. That also applies to right-of-way regulation and rules. Are you charging fees? When are these fees waived? What is needed to fast track the resilience of the network? Because if an operator has a choice of building an underground cable network for miles and miles versus an aerial cable for, and then getting to customers faster, delivering the service, one can see that there is that incentive to just build the aerial cable, right? And deliver the value. But in the long term, medium to long term interest of the economy or the society, underground perhaps would be best. And how do we partner to offset the cost of that? Because it's multiple times more expensive, even though it's the right thing to do. Policy and regulatory framework can inform that. Similar with cybersecurity measures, what's the policy? In the world of data privacy, data, cyber threats, the question is, what can the regulator share? When do they infringe into the domain of your customers whose network is compromised, although they're riding on the cable and wireless network? You might see the IPs, these are cable and wireless IPs, but they belong to a customer whose system may be strong or not and is compromised. How do you report on that without being liable? How are network providers indemnified, or what's that arrangement so that you can get information to have a good policy, robust, to protect the national interest as well as corporate and private interests. Capacity building is always needed. We need to learn more, we need to be trained, we need to collaborate. Maybe government is having a training, are the operators invited? Where we can get that synergy, can we bring big players in market to train our population instead of individual people trying to go to courses, go to programs abroad just because their company can facilitate it? How can we cooperate to reduce the cost of that? Because again, it comes with costs. And then there's early warning systems. What if there's going to be a tsunami? What are the arrangements? What are the protocols? How does that tie in with mobile networks? Our SMS is going to be sent. How our messages is going to be used? When and how will the network use to just alert the populace to emergency issues vis-a-vis normal commercial issues? What does that look like? Emergency spectrum that we have on hand, how is that being used? Is it operationalized? And can it be used for free? And then when there's an emergency, then it goes to the national interest. But in the interim, network providers, if they were to say, build a network and power up that spectrum, could use it commercially in the national interest, as opposed to the government trying to build a network or just lying dormant and not being used. So hopefully I've teased out enough policy-related discussions. I'm not making any prescriptions per se, but the idea is that these issues matter, and we have to go incremental. We'll not make one leap step. It's going to cost money. And how do we start from today to position our economies to have a resilient network? Take an example, just the building codes. How are we building? Multi-dwelling units, what's the policy? How many network providers can have access to a multi-dwelling unit? Is it just one? And what if that one fails? Is there some program to mandate that multiple ducts go into a multi-dwelling unit as you roll out your residential areas, so that there is that built-in redundancy along with conduits and so on? So a lot to consider. Hope I was helpful. And I will yield now to my friend, Julian, who will take it home, or back to you, Gary, and then you pass to Julian.
Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. Again, looking at the policy perspective, looking at this from a policy perspective, and really, identifying some key areas that we need government's intervention in terms of policies to make these things, resilient infrastructure, a reality. Before though, I invite Mr. Julian Wilkins to join us here. I just want to recognize our ministers in the room who have, I know they've been in and out because there are other things happening, but of course, Minister Maynard from St. Kitts and Nevis, he has been with us throughout the session. The Honorable Stephen King as well, from St. Lucia has been in and out of the room. So too is Honorable Melford Nicholas, and Minister, excuse me, a couple of the ministers have been in and out. So we really want to thank the ministers for participating and listening to our panelists. And of course, we do have members from across the region, at least 14 of our CTU member states who are present here as well, regulators and officers from within the ministry's public service, and we wish to really thank them as well for being here. And of course, all our private sector members, sponsors, and of course our regulators and operators across the region. So we do thank you all for staying with us and engaging in these sessions. I'd like to invite Mr. Julian Wilkins. He's no stranger to the region, and he's an ambassador for the Caribbean from Sonova, and he's going to enlighten us about a project that they've been doing to develop a policy framework for resilient infrastructure and for managing disaster across the region. So, Julian.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Gary, and good afternoon, ministers. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So apparently I'm the ambassador for Sonova. No, I am the ambassador for the Caribbean. And Sonova, if you've not heard of them before, is a training-led consultancy. And this morning, I'm just going to talk about telecommunications emergency preparation and response policy. This is something we've introduced in Turks and Caicos, and it's been successful, and we wanted to share how we implemented it in Turks and Caicos. And I think it actually would have some value from a regional perspective. I will say that Sonova is a newly associate member of the CTU. We're very happy to be a member of the CTU. I think so. We're brand new, and we're also associate member of Canto. So we're very much into helping and assisting the Caribbean. Okay. Okay, got there eventually. So about Sonova, we are an ICT policy and regulatory training-led consultancy. We're based in the UK. I'm actually based in Antigua and Trinidad. We have some core members of about 10 of us, and we've got about 100 plus industry-led leading specialists, associates that we can call upon for various projects. We focus very much on the Caribbean, Africa, and Asian Pacific. Clients include regulators, governments, operators, and international agencies. In 2017, we actually expanded and we acquired the Telecom Regulatory Masterclass assets of Interconnect Communications. So that has allowed us to offer in-person training courses in Bath in the UK. We offer online courses and customer courses in market, so we can actually come to your country and do a training course there. Some of our popular training courses are the Digital Economy for Executives. That's a very popular course. We have a virtual one coming up starting in January. We do courses on regulation, advanced regulation, and spectrum management, just as an example. And in fact, this year we did a partnership with the University of Strathclyde to offer postgraduate accreditation for the Telecoms Regulatory Masterclass. So you can either get a certificate or diploma, or if you have a certificate and diploma already, you can actually use those as credits to get your MSc in regulation, for example. We're also a global leader in number portability. Recently, we implemented number portability, or we consulted with the regulator in Barbados. So we have number portability here. And currently we're working with Guyana and Antigua, my hometown. So how did this come about? Well, it all started with Turks and Caicos. And I want to thank Kenva Williams, who's the director of TCI Commission, the commission there. And he was very instrumental in helping this project along. So we really appreciate your assistance. For those of you who have not been to Turks and Caicos, it's a beautiful island. It's almost as beautiful as Antigua. No, it's absolutely stunning. And I mean, they've got 9 islands, they've got quite a few islands that's not inhabited, actually. So for those of you who've got any spare cash, talk to Canva. But anyway, it really came about because of Hurricane Irma and Maria, destroyed a lot of the telecoms network in 2017 and caused quite some outages. So the government of TCI and the Telecoms Commission decided that they wanted to mitigate this risk. And so the TEPRP was formed. I mean, it's not going to prevent services being affected, but it does put in place and it documents arrangements to mitigate the impact and to reduce time to the affected services. So the TEPRP establishes a bespoke policy framework and measurements for the telecom sector to manage disasters and emergencies. The Telecoms Commission engaged Sonova to support developing the TPRP and what's called an Emergency Preparedness Agreement, the EPA, which is an agreement between Digicel and Flow in Turks and Caicos. So we actually convened a working group. It was spearheaded, chaired by the Telecoms Commission and with Sonova Consulting. We had two primary telecommunication network providers, Digicel and Flow, and of course the Department of Disaster Management and Emergencies in Turks and Caicos. So we had the key stakeholders that helped us to develop the policy and document it. We actually provided a skeleton framework of the EPA, and then we asked Digicel and Flow in Turks and Caicos to produce a working draft for sharing of infrastructure and resources to protect resilience. Now, what does this mean exactly? Well, Digicel and Flow entered into an EPA to facilitate sharing of infrastructure and resources to protect the resilience of emergency and other priority calls. So for clarity, this does not mean that they're sharing the entire network. This means that it's sharing of for an emergency situation, for emergency calls and priority calls, etc. I want to just stop just here, just for a little bit, and just talk about something that has become a topic recently, and that's 2G and 3G switch off of networks. You probably see it when you go to the States. You've got to make sure you have a 4G phone, and otherwise, you know, it wouldn't work when you're roaming. I mentioned this in terms of disaster preparedness because we know that our operators have to recover their costs, and eventually they will be switching off 2G, they will be switching off 3G. But I would say to operators, regulators, that we just need to think about some of the wider implications, particularly thinking about, you know, disaster management, because in a disaster, all communications are critical. And for example, if we're switching off 2G, we may inadvertently affect the poor in society who may not be able to afford a 4G handset, for example. So I think it's just something to think about. It's becoming, regulators, this is something that's becoming quite popular. And of course, as I said, operators need to recover their costs. So it's just something to bear in mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, the TEPRP establishes a bespoke policy framework and requirements for the telecom sector to manage disasters and emergencies. And here are some of the key features. So there's a disaster preparedness report prepared by Digicel and Flow annually. It's audited by the Commission at the start of each hurricane season. There needs to be a creation and maintenance of asset inventories. There needs to be systems for early warnings and alerts. There should be support to consumers and citizens with special needs. I think we don't talk about special needs, our people with special needs. CTU have always in the past been very vocal about people with special needs, and we need to think about them in a disaster. There needs to be coordinated restoration of facilities and services. There should be provision and dissemination of information. There needs to be training and practice drills. And we should also consider TEPRP requirements to be enshrined in Digicel and flow licenses, and I think that actually happened in Turks and Caicos. So let me move on. Just to explain, I'm talking about the Telecoms Emergency Preparation and Response Policy, but there's also the National Emergency Telecoms Plan. Now, this is driven by the ITU. We have 14 member states, and from what I understand from the ITU, that I think Grenada, St. Lucia, we have the minister here from St. Lucia, St. Kitts have started the NETP, is that correct? Yeah, and I believe St. Vincent will be starting shortly. But we have 14 members, and whilst the NETPs is actually great in terms of, it's internationally recognized that we put these plans in place, to be honest, they've not been widely adopted. So Sonova came up with the TEP-RP, which focuses on existing assets, network operators. It aligns with the ITU guidelines, in fact. The thing is, the TEP-RP took 6 months to implement in Turks and Caicos. So we think that actually both the TEP-RP and the NETP, and I apologize for the acronyms, but they're both good, and it's actually great if you can do both of them. So this is just a quick slide, just to show you there are actually 11 main recommendations from the ITU in terms of putting your plans in place. And the first column there, you see the 11. I won't go through them, but the middle column shows where Turks and Caicos were before we implemented the project. And as you can see, I mean, Turks and Caicos actually had quite a number of things in place, but just fell a little bit short of the ITU recommendations. But you can see at the end of the 6 months, TCI had implemented all the recommendations from the ITU. And I'll be happy, if you wanted to see more information on this, I'll be happy to talk to you afterwards. So my last slide, Gary. And let me just say that these are just some of the key learnings. In fact, the telecom sector needs to interlock and coordinate with across the different sectors of the economy and society. Of course, there needs to be political buy-in. Something that's very important is the importation of equipment for telecommunications restoration during emergencies. The Tampere Convention is a key enabler. I know Barbados have actually signed up for the Tampere Convention. But even if your country hasn't signed up for the Tampere, I think all of our countries in the Caribbean should be working towards it, because we're all going to suffer disasters at some point. And I think, let me just end by saying, this year we've been actually quite fortunate. We've not had any major hurricanes. I know there's Tropical Storm Tammy, which is now 60 miles an hour, and we might need to leave a little bit early, but that's out there. But we haven't had any major hurricanes that have affected us this year. So we've been quite fortunate. But I will say, certainly to our regulators, that this is the time to act. If you can implement your TEP-RP in 6 months, just like TCI, if you start now, you can be ready by the 1st of June, 2024, the start of the next hurricane season. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. So our call to be prepared to develop your TEPRP plans. And I know Sonova has some experience in doing that, and they'll be quite happy to assist our member governments and regulators across the region. I'm mindful of the time, but I know you probably have some questions that you want to raise with our esteemed panelists. So I'm going to open up the floor. I'm going to give 7 minutes for questions. So please feel free. I see a question here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Riyad Sitar from Guyana. Pertaining to this topic, I think your name is Mr. Prashant from the first presentation. It closely aligns to what was spoken about data sovereignty, and you raised a lot of good points. Our colleague from Jamaica, who's on the first panel, was talking about data protection laws and having them sort of harmonized across the Caribbean. And I think that ties in very closely to what we're discussing here, because one of the important points you mentioned was building resilient data centers. I mean, when we go to our policymakers to build one data center to meet the requirements is very, very expensive. And now you need to tell them that they need two. So looking at pooling the resources across the region, there will be the question about data sovereignty, obviously. Adopting the model that is used in the EU, where if countries have similar laws, there is less concern that data residing in another country in a friendly state would be impacted or exposed, right? Because they have those laws. So that's something I think should be looked at closely, because even though we may look at the laws which are subject to change, when you look at the requirements of a second data center, most standard requirements tell you it needs to be about 100 miles away from the first. So the size of our countries, we cannot change. Yeah. So I think we need to look at that at the level of the Caribbean, about pooling resources and having resiliency across the region. Thank you.
I think it's a very good point, and that's why when I closed my presentation, I emphasized on one specific element, that is work as one team. If we continue dividing ourselves, we cannot rule the game. The game is simple. The game is very simple. We can have our own version of the big techs in Caribbean. If you look at it, today we spoke with the guys from the Meta. What is the strength of their platform? The amount of content. The content is Caribbean. Content is originated by the people here. What is missing is the local Facebook. And why we cannot have the local Facebook? Who is stopping us? I will not go further because you guys are smart enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add as well, we're going to have a presentation this afternoon from Blue Nap America, and looking exactly at the point that you're making in terms of looking at regional clouds and how we can benefit from that. So any other questions for the panel? Comments? I see one here.
Yeah, that was really an interesting presentation. And if I made a little bit more of color in the comments, is that I think that populations here in your countries will need will be great if they can strive and they can produce more local content. You always have the possibility of register a domain name, for example, and linking several of different tools that are available in the digital ecosystem. you can have your meta presence in our platforms, but also you can link it with your own presence, building your own websites, and also you can use other social networks. And eventually there is a bunch of tools that are freely available and open and you know, always ready to help you connect with more users and help you add value. And you know, the competition in the digital ecosystem is always a click away, so users can easily change between platforms and build different social presences and even build their own presence, you know, buying a website, using hosting services. So it's important for all of us in the ecosystem to work together to impulse the digital ecosystem for the improvement of the economies and improvement of the sector always. We're always eager to help.
And we welcome that support from Meta in developing our local content.
Gary, would you mind if I
No, sure, please go ahead.
So I think it's a very, very strong point, and it's a very fair point. And in the forum, while I was coming, I was thinking about my presentation. In all fairness, I didn't know that I had to make a presentation. I thought it would be a talk. While I was doing it late night, one specific thought that went through my mind, and I would like to share with everybody, that was not having our own LinkedIn, not having our own Facebook, not having our own Insta, and so on and so on. And I don't want to name more platforms. But fact is following. If you put your local content within the Caribbean, the value of the platform would enormously grow. And you will be surprised to see the valuation which it will hit would be much larger than the few of the GDPs which are sitting here. So understand the value of having your own platform, understand the value of your own future. And if you or we and everybody here want to have a prosperous Caribbean, which is going to go with the line of the digital Caribbean, we need to have our own platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, digital and a prosperous Caribbean, I want to close this session, and I want you to join me in thanking our panelists. And ask that we break for lunch, and we return at 1:45 for our next panel discussion. And lunch is served in the restaurant, I believe, Trevor? Yeah. So have a good lunch, and we see you back at 1:45. Thank you. From Mr. Paul Donahoe, who is the Digital Policies and Trade Coordinator for the Universal Postal Union. And he's going to talk about the importance of modernization of the postal service to member states. As you heard earlier, we indicated that the postal service, the Universal Postal Union, have been doing some work in Barbados, and the CTU does have a MOU with the postal service for one particular area is for looking at how we can modernize the postal service across the region. So I'm going to invite Paul to join us at the podium here to give his remarks.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, so good afternoon. I have the pleasure of welcoming you all back for the afternoon session after a beautiful lunch outside. Thank you very much. Honourable Ministers, the Secretary General of CTU, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure for me to be here in Barbados and return this week for the ICT week from CTU. I love Barbados. The sun, the sea and the sand. I don't get those in Switzerland. I'm originally from Australia, so I really miss the sea and the sun and the sand that you have here in the Caribbean. In Switzerland, all we have is cold weather and mountains. So thanks to the CTU, to the Secretary General for inviting the UPU here to address you today. It's an honour to address this Ministerial Strategic Seminar on the subject of advancing digital inclusion from a completely different perspective than you've heard for this week. There's been a lot of interesting discussions around the different infrastructure challenges, and I hope to give a different perspective on this subject today. I also want to congratulate the CTU on integrating the youth into this week's discussions, because as you can clearly see, I'm not from the digital natives generation. I'm an old head. And I've been involved in the information society, in the digital economy and internet governance issues for almost 20 years now, fighting for inclusion and equitable digital development from the perspective of the important use of public infrastructure. I was heavily involved in WSIS back in 2005 when we agreed as governments and as international organisations on the World Summit for the Information Society, the Plan of Action of Tunis, and the spirit of developing the Information Society. And so for today, I hope to give you a bit of an insight into some of the issues from the perspective of the UPU. And for those of you who are not familiar, I know there's some ministers who are involved in a recent ministerial congress of the UPU. But for those of you who are not familiar with the UPU, we are an intergovernmental organisation of the United Nations, similar to ITU, and I see that Cleveland is on the agenda for this afternoon. So we are brothers and sisters, ITU and UPU. Have grown together since the 1870s as the first international organisations. We have our headquarters based in Switzerland, and we are a member state organisation from the UN of 192 member countries. And our primary focus is cooperation between postal sector players to ensure universal inclusive postal services. But we have a long history together between telecoms and post, because most of the ministries were traditionally together. And we see that there is an increasing interest in collaboration. And as Gary mentioned, the UPU and CTU have a collaboration in this region to help foster inclusive digital transformation. The postal network that we represent covers the globe. Is in every country, is in every village, every community. There are over 650,000 post offices worldwide in all of the communities of the world. And so that they have formed the basis and fabric of society for a long, long time. That single postal network that we refer to ensures that everybody everywhere can communicate. And that was the basis 140 years ago. But now we live in a digital world. And so there is a transformation happening, and the post is in the center of the digital transformation alongside telecoms. At the UPU, we have a digital transformation and inclusion program where we are working within the UN system with international organizations on digital transformation. And our approach is to look at how to utilize digital infrastructure. What you have been discussing this week is important for the foundation of the digital economy. But the utilization of this infrastructure and the capacity building and capability building is a specific area where postal services have played an important role for centuries and now play a role in this digital economy space. And so this 650,000 post office network with over 4 million employees is actually an important government asset for developing the economy. And so in our digital program, then we are looking at how to enhance capacity and capability building, how to enhance the digital services that are available to citizens and small and medium enterprises, and therefore enable them to become an important actor in the digital economy with digital trade facilitation, with e-finance services, with e-government services and e-commerce services. So many people think of the Post as just a letter-carrying organisation, but in many countries of the world it is providing banking services. One of the largest banks in the world, the Japan Postal Savings Bank, is a postal bank. In China also, the China Postal Bank was one of the largest banks in the world. So there is a tradition in our industry for these services to be provided through the postal network, and we are looking at the development of those in the digital space. Let's bring it closer to home in terms of interconnectivity and the Caribbean. You've heard this earlier on this week, where there is still a significant percentage of the population that is not connected. And there are businesses within the region who are not transacting online. And the postal network, as I've said, can be the network which connects these communities, provides citizens and businesses with access to the digital economy. And this is important in terms of the GDP of countries. The UPU has just recently released a report called The State of the Postal Sector, which was released earlier this month at our Ministerial Congress. And in that report, it shows that postal infrastructure is closely correlated with the GDP of countries. And for those countries where there is a lack of development in postal infrastructure, it is hindering the development of GDP. And so with the proximity of the postal network, it is our belief that meaningful digital inclusion can be facilitated through the postal network. But it's not just our belief, it's actually enshrined in the World Summit for the Information Society Outcomes. The ministers who met almost 20 years ago now included in the outcomes the importance of the postal network as a facilitator of inclusion. And there was a commitment from the ministers back then to ensure that postal skills in the digital economy are developed, community public access points, providing digital hubs in post offices to allow communities, local communities, to have access to the digital economy services is something that is a commitment from the ministers 20 years ago. Also, developing the capability of postal workers, educating them in the ICT skills that are necessary to support communities. And finally, to build ICT capacities to improve access and use of postal services. Those commitments from 20 years ago, I'm very pleased to say, have actually provided some strong results in a number of countries around the world where the post has been integrated into development plans. However, there are still a number of countries where this is not the case, and this is affecting the development and growth of the economy, and also having an impact on the widespread digital inclusion and utilisation of ICTs that you are all building and developing. The UN Secretary General was very generous earlier this month. On Monday, the 9th of October, was World Post Day. Normally on World Post Day, we celebrate the physical side of the Postal Service. But for this year, the UN Secretary General acknowledged the importance of the post in terms of development of the digital economy. And he mentioned a very important project that we have launched at the UPU, which is for connecting communities through post offices. So connect a post and you connect a community. You connect the citizens and businesses in that community. It's our Connect.Post initiative. And this is where we are working with the telecommunications industry, with a variety of different partners, including the CTU and also the ITU, to ensure that every post office has sufficient access to the internet by 2030. I mentioned that there are over 650,000 post offices around the world in rural and remote communities, serving the non-digital natives and those that are disconnected. And of those 650,000, there are still over 100,000 post offices which are not connected. They remain unconnected to the internet. And many of those actually are in this region at the moment. So we are really keen to work with you to help increase the connectivity of post offices and increase the digital inclusion in the region. And what does that mean practically, concretely? As I mentioned, a number of post offices around the world are providing digital hub access points for government services, e-commerce services, financial services. In rural and remote communities where the capability and connectivity for businesses and citizens is lacking, then community information centres can be an important access point, not just for access to the internet, but also access to services and access to support services, capacity building. In these community information centres, e-commerce companies are providing training capability to local SMEs to allow these local SMEs to come online and actually sell their items, to be able to exchange those items through the post office for payments, where payments is still a barrier to adoption of e-commerce. Then the post office, acting as a digital hub, can be a centre for exchange of items, training of SMEs, and payments for those as well. So that these single person companies can generate an income in their local community. The post office is there with local language. One of the issues on the internet is this language that I am speaking today is dominating. But in rural and underserved communities, that is a barrier to their integration. And so as the Post, we want to work with the telecoms industry to help the utilisation of this infrastructure that you're building using the skills of the post office. But that's in small underserved communities, but also in well-established communities. So even in Italy, I have an example here. The Italian government is working with the Italian Post Office in their small communities in Italy that are also unconnected and not utilising the internet for their benefits. So even in Italy, these digital hub projects are being established to support the inclusion of these communities. In India, the Indian Post Office has recently gone through, over the last 10 years, a large-scale connectivity program to connect their 150,000 post offices. The major reason for that was to support financial inclusion. The postal bank in India is an important vehicle for financial inclusion, dispersing payments to these rural and underserved communities. Was a very important thing during COVID. This was a very popular activity during COVID, and the post office was one of the only functioning people in the community. Postal workers were still functioning, post offices were still functioning. They were providing support for e-commerce, enabling SMEs to sell online during COVID. And we have a very good example in Costa Rica, where that was a very important service that was provided during COVID for helping SMEs stay viable. So now I move to the local project that we're working on here with the CTU. At the UPU, our role is to facilitate the capacity building and the modernization and transformation of the postal network. And thanks to the vision from the Secretary General of CTU, Mr. Rodney Taylor, then we have entered into a collaboration agreement to work with the CTU for developing the digital transformation capability within the region. And that's ensuring that the national postal operators can develop the capability and work in partnership with the startups, the private sector and other government agencies in the region for maximizing the impact of the digital capability that you're building in the region. And so we have just recently concluded an assessment program here in Barbados. At the end of last month, we had a joint team between CTU and UPU that visited for 2 weeks and worked through a digital transformation assessment and postal reform program to identify the areas of benefit of collaboration in e-government, in e-commerce, and in e-finance, and creating value out of the digital economy. And so with that program, we are finalising a report for the ministry, which will be available towards the end of this month. And in there, we have identified some areas where the postal sector can contribute to the development of the digital economy. And in the areas of policy and regulatory discussion, similar to what we've had this morning, then the Post has actually ready-made logistics for resilient infrastructure, for business continuity and disaster management, and that's been proven during COVID. There is also the opportunity to explore USF to support telecom operators' deployment through the postal network, through these 650,000 post offices that we have. There is the opportunity for infrastructure sharing to reduce the carbon footprint, for co-location of passive and active infrastructure in urban centres, but also in rural and remote communities and remote locations. We, at the UPU, we are also the first UN intergovernmental organisation to manage a space on the internet, a .post top-level domain. And with that domain, we have a full cybersecurity infrastructure. It is the most secure top-level domain on the internet, and we have established a postal sector, CERT, cyber incident response team, that is monitoring this important public digital infrastructure. And we encourage all governments to integrate the Post into their own national cybersecurity policies and activities as well, because this important public infrastructure is now going digital to support e-commerce. The network can facilitate regional integration as well. This was a topic that came up in discussions today in terms of telecoms. We have the same issue in posts as well. And in the integration of e-commerce particularly, there are opportunities with developing a regional approach, boosting the domestic economies through exports. MSMEs are an important part of the economy, and the Post are servicing those SMEs on a daily basis. e-government services. You heard in the opening speech this week from the Secretary General of CTU about the important role that the Post has played in Barbados in delivering some government services, and we see around the world a variety of digital e-government services, identity frameworks, all sorts of possibilities of partnerships in that area, and also innovation ecosystems. The Post is a network. It's not an innovation space. The private sector is where innovation ideas are, but they lack access to market. So the partnership between the ICT community, the innovation system, and postal networks can really provide impact in developing the digital economy. I mentioned this program in Barbados, but also we are working, continuing to extend our partnership with the CTU, and we'll be visiting Trinidad and Tobago in early December to undertake the same assessment and roadmap on digital transformation, and also in Jamaica early next year. So we look forward to working with the governments in Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica going forward with recommendations on development of the digital economy, integrating the Post. So my last message to everybody is that it's important that we work together in developing the digital economy. It's not an isolated pillar. It is a cross-government, whole of government approach. And our suggestion is to include the Post in national digital transformation strategies, in disaster response plans, where physically the Post is an important part, but also in the digital response, and also in cybersecurity plans. We are encouraging governments to leverage the Post for an inclusive rollout of e-government services to everybody in society, not just those that already have connectivity, but those who are missing connectivity or missing the digital skills to be able to do those services. And finally, to utilize the postal network for the implementation of US fund projects, which can help the deployment and inclusion of everybody in society. So let's work together to realise the full development potential of the Caribbean Postal Network and the economies that it supports, and contribute to full digital inclusion in the region. And that must be a goal that we all have, to ensure that digital services give us all a better life, and to create a better life for our citizens and businesses that ultimately makes the countries more successful, sustainable and competitive. So we have a saying in the postal sector, which I'll leave you with, is that we service everyone, everywhere, and we intend to leave no one behind. And that's our intention in this digital transformation journey with you all as well. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and I'm available for any questions. Anybody have any questions? Yes, I see a few hands up, so.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Very good presentation. For those governments who are not like Barbados and Trinidad, you mentioned specifically, who are not signed up or already enrolled, specifically, how can they become involved? Let's say we have 20 member states, as you know, as part of the CTU. So how do they activate that this initiative? How can they become a part of it?
Yeah, thanks, SG. It's a very easy question to answer, because we have, in our collaboration with CTU, we actually have a very good level of contact with all of the member states. And we have been receiving requests for either contacting via the CTU or via the UPU for these projects, for these digital transformation projects. So I encourage the ministers from ICT to contact you, SG, and for those in Post or other ministries that are also interested to integrate the Post into your digital plans, then contact us at the UPU, and we would be happy to prepare projects for you in integrating the Post into your digital plans. Is there another question?
Good afternoon, Sandra Seeley. I just had a question with respect to, I'm hearing you talk about the postal service and going digital. Does that mean that, I suppose, my postman that comes to my house every day, is that going to phase out completely, or do you all still see that there will still be the need for that avenue in addition to moving to the digital side of postal service? Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. I guess if you ask the digital natives, when was the last time they were in a post office, or when was the last time they sent a letter? They may say they have never been into a post office or sent a letter, but still the house that they live in or the office that they work in is serviced by a postal person every single day. So your question is good, because the post person, the post office workers, are the human bridge to the digital economy, and they will, our view is they will remain. We've seen that in Europe, the US, in Australia, where I originally come from. The postal workers are still very important because they are providing the physical link to the digital economy, and that is necessary. We buy things online, but they still have to be brought to you. And so, to give you an example about this digital world, then these post office workers are now carrying handheld devices so that they have access to the digital services for people who still are lacking the digital literacy, the digital skills to actually benefit from this. So there is this ongoing role that we don't see changing going forward. We see them becoming robot postmen that have more digital capability than before. So they can provide payment services, identity services, all sorts of services from the palm of their hand.
Sorry, just a comment following on from Sandra. I guess she's thinking of drone delivery, and we're going to just have everything flying through the sky. Thank you. Just a comment.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so thank you so much, Paul, for that insight into the UPU and the projects. And please take note of how you can get involved in the project if you are interested. You can reach out to the CTU. There's a lot of value in this project and in digitizing postal service, and of course in the digital transformation process. So we urge you to participate and get involved. Okay, so we move on now to our next speaker on the agenda, Mr. Cleveland Thomas. He is a minister of the gospel by profession, and he moonlights as the ITU representative for the Caribbean, stationed here in Barbados, and he's going to talk to us about the Smart Cities project under the ITU. Cleveland.
Good afternoon to you. Well, let's try that again. Normally in church, when you say good afternoon, amen. Good afternoon to you. It's good to see so many faces that we are familiar with. I was told specifically by the SG, don't take too long. So I promised not to take too long. And I see him walk in the back one time and he put up his thumb. Having said that, that means I have to pray for Gary as well, and a lot of them in the CTU with that kind of statement. Yeah, you need a lot of prayer. Yeah. I'm Cleveland Thomas. I'm heading the International Telecommunications Union for the region. And I have the pleasure of following with Paul's presentation. Paul, well done. We work with you and your team from the Universal Postal Union and doing quite a good job at it. So congrats to you and your team. How many of you today probably in your lunch had fish? Right. So those who are online, you may not see them, but almost the whole group of people inside of here. Fish on your dish. That's what it's all about. Fish on your dish. Most of us don't know that when we have had that fish, that would have come mainly from small scale fishers in the Caribbean region. And with they being involved, they go at a risk to ply their trade every single day. And my remit today is to represent them so that you can continue to have your fish today, tomorrow, and even tonight. The intention is to bring some clarification and more information to you on what's happening with this industry with specific emphasis on small scale fishers. So that being said, let me see, how does this work? Right. So for us, the program really is to share with you that small scale fishers comprise about 90% of the fishers around the world. And 93% of them really are the commercial ones who capture the fishes for us in the region. The challenge is that many of them go missing, die during their trade. And the recent report we have is close to something like about 32,000 annual fatalities in doing their trade. So when you are having your meal and I'm having my meal, we have to be so mindful that it didn't just come like that. Some of those guys went out there and they didn't make it back. And we know we have challenges at times, not only because of they not doing a good job, but the inclement weather. As much as in some places you have piracy and other things that are associated with endangering them in their trade. So this whole program here in addressing it, it is really a joint initiative of the ITU, the CTU, and the Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago through the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm happy that I have Mrs. Dongs here. And listen, when we need help in Trinidad, as we go in Jamaica and others, we go to people like the regulators who really work with us closely. Apart from the operators, I want to recognize the regulators. And Cynthia, you're doing a good job. Thank you for doing so much with us here in the Caribbean. That was a small club, boy. Jeez, you come on. The project, the scope, and I do have a few persons from the University of the West Indies who are online, who are involved in this project in a big way with us, as much as Dr. Kim Malilu and the team who get us to this point in time. The project scope really speaks to that which is geographic, in that we have 4 countries that are involved, from Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Grenada, and St. Vincent. That's where we have started for the project, with the intention is to move to other Caribbean countries over time and perhaps to the rest of the world. The problem we are dealing with right now is using maritime communication. How can we use the technology to help small-scale fishers while they're at sea in order to keep them through with being in contact, especially during times of emergency? And the beneficiaries really are the fishery industry. The next one, the dimensions of the project speak to policy, regulation, operation, and capacity, and also technology. What does that mean? In the first instance, we are looking at the output of the project, and the output span into a few categories. We're talking about a gap analysis. We're also looking at the toolkit, as well as the agenda. What is the aim and the ultimate objective? What is the outcome of this that we have? We are looking to ensure that the ecosystem and the enabling environment is there to improve the whole industry for the small-scale fishers. So these are the three areas of output, outcome, and the impact. And right after, when we speak to each one, looking at the status of the work we have done. For the gap analysis, some work was done already, consultation held with key agencies, and a report being finalized. That a gap analysis tells us where we are at in many of the areas, and what probably might be some of the key areas to attend to. The toolkit in itself really provides a foundation or a reference to assist the small-scale fishers and policymakers to help them ply their trade more safely using technology. So the toolkit is being developed. The third bullet point, the measurement campaign currently being conducted to determine and fill the UN compliance with respect to the Sea Area 1 notification. That's an important point. And if you stop with your phone for a minute or your computer for a minute, it's just to understand this point. We are trying as much as possible to identify and to help policymakers and all those involved to work with us, to work with the maritime industry, to ensure that when a small-scale fisherman go out there, or fisherwoman go out there, to be gender neutral, that these people have access to coast station in the event that they need to communicate to the coast station because of an emergency. That's what we are seeking to do, to really improve that communication. Unfortunately, the record is really bad. Some people say bad, bad, bad in the Caribbean region. What does that mean? Up to now, from what we have done, we recognize that that information and reporting complying with UN requirement of notification is not being done by over 90% of the countries in the Caribbean. You'll get more information on that when I go through. What does it mean further? It means that the average small-scale fisherman out there hardly likely will have access to communication in the case of an emergency, or even to share information ahead of time, or capture certain critical climate information. So we are asking people here in this meeting and others who are listening, it's an area where the partners are trying to get information and alert governments to improve that. Because we can't be eating the people fish over and over. Yes, we pay for it. And out there, they're going out there and they are threatened. Whether it is a pirate or somebody, and they can't call to say somebody stealing my boat or they throw me off board or something. We need help, right? I'm bringing it down as low and as simple as I can. So you in your own place and position can help. You can help by also building awareness and so forth. I'm seeing somebody say that I'm taking too long. Having said that, we're looking to also work on the agenda, which is trying to develop how we move forward. For the gap analysis, what we have done, the intention is to assess the state of the communication enabling environment, the provisions to meet the international communication obligations, and to provide the guide for the development of the measures. We have certain output we want, outcome that we have identified, and the dimension as it relates to the convention and resolutions, the regulatory environment, the capacity. We have done some work already with desk research, surveys, pre-evaluation, etc. The guys are really working hard on this. And with the gap analysis, there's a need for, as far as compliance is concerned, to fulfill the notification requirements. Many of the governments are not complying in the region. Signing on to the key convention if you have to. As the ecosystem is concerned, there's a need for more direct interaction. The policy environment, current policy related artifacts, etc. All others, whether it's capacity or operation, there are needs which we are trying to fill for the region. In going forward with this, I don't know if this is stuck. Yes. Ooh, let me go back a bit. Just have about 3 more slides so you don't sleep on me. Yeah. So here we have, how do we fill the gaps that we have? Now, as far as regulation, operations, and capacity is concerned, in each area, what we have done, on top you are seeing those color bars. So the Smart TC toolkit will have information resources to help all those that are involved, whether it's policy, regulation, etc., etc. We have a checklist of things that you need to check in order to ensure that you meet the requirements. We have guidelines, templates, and also data collection resources. So if you're dealing for regulation as a regulator, you can get the checklist there and other things. If you're in operations and you're looking at the ecosystem, we have information resources for you as much as we have guidelines and template. If you go through and you're trying to get information on products, development, etc., we have information again on data collection resources, maps of the Caribbean, key website messaging, etc. The toolkit is being developed thoroughly so that anything an agency or anyone of interest needs, it will be available to them. And capacity, of course, and knowledge and skills and resources, we have also information resource to help you with that. The CTU at the moment is working with the Spectrum Management Task Force in filling out the gap. So what we have done is that we have developed a questionnaire that would help many of the countries in filling it out so that we can use the information to take it back in order to meet the mass notification status. We are talking about the alert reporting and required under international convention. So at the moment, only 2 of 20 countries notify and meet their commitment. Only 2. Both countries there, Jamaica and Suriname. They are the 2 countries that have been notifying and following their conditions. As blunt as it might be, it means that if you're a fisherman in Jamaica, you stand a chance of getting communication if you're in emergency. If you're down here somewhere else, you might get lost on sea. So what do you need to do? The solution is to have the survey, CTU and the team doing a lot of work. We have gotten some work through the survey where some countries have submitted theirs, right? Even outside of the CTU area, we have a couple. We have Grenada, St. Vincent, and TT submitting their information. We get additional submission. However, there is still some information missing. And I was asked to make a plea on that. We need your help in these countries. So after this meeting, if there is any way you need to talk to us, please let us know. Fish on your dish can only happen if you help these fishermen to stay alive. So the final outcome we have here is really the international community to develop a tiered listing set of priorities across the stakeholder group. So all the stakeholders, based on the objectives you have listed and identifying the gaps that we have, whether through the areas of device, capacity, etc., we are working to have the agencies involved, whether it's manufacturers, researchers, coast station, entrepreneurs, whoever it might be, to make this a reality. And I have just, I think, probably one more slide or so. The highlights, we have developed the awareness. We have done some communication work. We have identified the gap. We have started on the toolkits. We have used the coast station emergency survey to develop and use for the Spectrum Management Task Force. And we're working with the IMO to identify gaps for the small scale fishermen. These are the agencies we are working with in each country. For Barbados, you have the Ministry of Innovation, Barbados, Meteorological Services, etc., regional, international, individual countries. This slide is just to give you a sense of the extent that we are getting involved in working with key players. And how, for you, how can you get involved? There's information online for through the CTU website on all of this. Really, really good information. We encourage the SMAs to collect the data at their coast station and to fill the gap as required under the UN compliance requirement. And help us. There's a meeting coming up by March in Trinidad and Tobago, where we are looking to bring all of this together. We are asking you to be part of that shaping of what the agenda will be and to help with the final report in all of it. And you can contact the Smart Seas team. So that's my remit that I have in terms of the small scale fishermen. And again, people, we need to help these guys, and they out there by us having the position that we are in to put in the necessary system structures and other thing in place to help them. Yes, Gary, you eat more fish than anybody I saw today. So you have more work to do than anybody. Yes, Mr. Kalu. Thank you very much, people. Thank you.
It's a good thing we asked Cleveland to be briefer, because that's his concept of being brief. But anyhow, thanks, Cleveland, for that very informative update on the project. And again, please feel free to get involved in the project. Cleveland says they need information. So if you have information that is pertinent to the project, feel free to reach out to the CTU or to the ITU office to provide the information that they require, and get involved in the project as well too. Okay, so we move into the next session, which is going to be facilitated by Ms. Michelle Garcia from the CTU, and it's our sponsors lightning presentation round, where we invite our members and our sponsors to give us a brief information on some of the projects that they're involved in, or something that they would like to to share with our members. So Michelle.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Pastor Cleveland, for that sermon. And we will continue to keep the fishermen in prayer. Right. So I'm Michelle Garcia, as Gary mentioned, Marketing and Comms Specialist of the CTU. And this session, the sponsors lightning presentations. We would first like to invite Mr. Mark Reynolds, who is the Director of Canto, to the platform.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise I'm not going to be as long as I am physically, but let's proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ICT ministers of the Caribbean, my brothers and sisters in the trenches of the telecommunications sector of the region, a pleasant good afternoon. I'm truly honored to stand before you today on behalf of the Vice Chair of Canto, Dr. Del Rio Newman, and the organization and its directorship, Canto, the Caribbean Industrial Association of ICT stakeholders. First and foremost, let me express my gratitude to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union for hosting this gathering, which brings together the minds and voices that are instrumental in shaping the future of telecommunications in our region. And I just want to pause there to really give applause to the Secretariat, Mr. Taylor, Rodney Taylor, all the team. Thank you for your hospitality during this week. It's been amazing. And as many of you know, Canto has always been at the forefront of promoting and advocating for the advancement of telecommunications in the region. Today, I want to underscore our unwavering commitment to being the ideal partner to you and to the CTU in your journey towards digital transformation. In the ever-evolving world of information and communications technology, it is patent that the success of a nation's digital transformation hinges on the synergies between the public and private sectors we have been seeing over the last couple of days. Telecommunication operators, like us represented, firmly believe that we play a pivotal role in facilitating the growth and development of our respective countries, thereby driving the progress of the entire Caribbean region. It is evident that governments and telecommunication operators of the region and sister entities like the CTU must build greater synergies to protect the most vulnerable stakeholders, our customers and constituents that we serve to provide connectivity to. As such, our primary focus for this year is facilitating and driving a nexus between sustainability and technology in the region. And I know that the reason that has really been triggered is based on what we have been facing with the climate, different issues, management of resources. How can we protect and utilize the resources of this region and ensure that a robust and resilient digital footprint is maintained within the region? In sustaining our operations to be able to deliver connectivity for our respective customers, we'd like to remind you, and as you have heard, ensuring that there's a fair share for telecommunications operators, and this is essential. We as operators invest heavily in building and maintaining the infrastructure that enables seamless communication for individuals and businesses. The OTTs who drive the demand for data and profit quite handsomely from it, we are saying should also contribute to the cost of the network, as I'm sure you have heard. It is crucial that we have a fair opportunity to recoup our investment and generate a reasonable return to ensure that we're able to provide greater services for our customers. Striking the right balance between the operator's return and consumers' affordability is a complex challenge. And we at Canto, and specifically the C9, and continue to urge regulatory bodies and governments to address the issue. A fair share in this context means creating a regulatory environment that encourages competition, innovation, and investment, while also protecting consumer interest. Achieving this equilibrium is vital for the sustainable growth of the telecom sector and the overall development of digital connectivity in the modern society. Honorable ministers and government representatives that are present, the challenges we face are significant, but the potential benefits are even greater. Together, we can foster a dynamic and resilient digital ecosystem, one that empowers our citizens, improves the efficiency of public services, and accelerates economic development. We at Canto stand ready to be your partners in this endeavor. We are dedicated to working hand in hand with each of you to achieve a brighter digital future for the Caribbean nations. In conclusion, I would like to remind you to mark your calendars for our two flagship events, Canto Connect and our 40th anniversary celebrations from January 28th to the 30th, 2024 at the Hyatt Regency in Trinidad and Tobago, and our marquee annual conference and trade exhibition from July 7th to the 10th, 2024 at the JW Marriott in Miami. I look forward to seeing you there, and let us seize the opportunity to make the Caribbean a shining example of digital transformation. Let us do it together as a united front, and I look forward to seeing you at the AGM and the conference next year. God bless you and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for that lightning, brief presentation. So we now invite Mr. Giovanni King, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Blue Nap America.
So thank you very good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in front of this very great public with different people. And I'm gonna try to make my message real short. Let me start by saying, as indicated, my name is Giovanni King. I am the CEO, as of November 1st last year, I am the CEO at Blue Nap Americas. Blue Nap Americas is a tier 4 data center in Curacao. You guys have heard everything about data centers, infrastructure, and all of these things already, so I'm not gonna bother you with all of this information. I wanna go straight basically to one of the main messages that has me here. Is one of the initiatives that we are working on within the region. As you have heard already during basically all of the presentations, as we move forward in this digital transformation, one of the key elements when we are looking at infrastructure is the data center. That's where basically all of the information is hosted, applications are run, the computing power and everything is right there in there. But when we also look at how we need to get to these locations is because we are on islands, there is a limitation. And the limitation most of the times is that we were catering mostly to our local markets. With one of our partners that is called DataSur out of Suriname, we came up with the idea to create a Caribbean Data Center Association. I'm going to jump to a few slides here. I think I'm moving too fast. While we're getting there, when we look at the infrastructure that is connecting us, there is one critical part that I think that we need to look at. Before I became CEO at BlueNap, I was working for the regulator in Curacao. So there is always a part of me that looks at regulation. Building infrastructure both on land and in the sea is very important for us because that's the only way that we can maintain connected to the locations and all of the informations that we want to reach. And even as a regulator, there is one aspect of this infrastructure that I always overlooked. Just like if we look at how all of us came here today or during the week using airports and airlines, when we look at these ports, the airport, harbors, most of these resources are managed by our governments. And they're managed in a way that it is accessible for all potential upstream providers of services. In the case of an airport, the airport isn't managed by American Airlines, by Spirit. It could be a consortium of organizations that does that in order to make sure that our facilities are up to par, but also it enables competition as everybody can land and everybody can bring tourists to our islands. The main port when it comes to our digital environment are our subsea landing station, cable landing stations. Most of the times operated by a landing partner in each of our specific islands. And the reason that I said is that as a regulator, I oversaw the importance of this piece of critical infrastructure is because we were mostly focusing on regulating prices within our infrastructure, but not regulating the way that this information now is getting into our country. Because and it's specifically in Curaçao's case, as we look at the company that was operating the landing stations was also competing on the local market. And as he's competing and we're trying to create a level playing field, we never addressed the issue of managing our port of entry. Trying to spare you all of this. While we get there, the initiative, like I said, Caribbean Data Center Association, was launched in Canto, Mark, this year. And we have been moving forward, approaching multiple data centers across the region to become a member of this association so that we can create an infrastructure connecting all of these data centers in what we try to think is a very agile way, using existing infrastructure. So we're not we don't have the idea to go out and compete with the telcos, but because we know that we have the facilities to host services, host applications, and facilitate digital transformation. I'm going to skip a lot. this was just to show you basically building up to where I want to reach. I would like to stick here for a moment. Again, not to try to give a negative view of what the situation is, but this is currently our reality. There are three major, if you want, digital platforms, content delivery networks, where all of us host our applications, all of us have our information stored. And when you look at how they build their network, they are not within our region. So all our traffic flow most of the time goes up north. So this is all, well, most of Google's data center locations, edge data center locations. This is for AWS. Again, as you can see in the Caribbean, there is no facility. One of the reasons that we think this is happening is because we don't have scale. I mean, if we as Curacao would have gone to Google, AWS, or even Microsoft and tell them, you know, we have this huge and nice facility, we would like you to host a stack of whatever equipment so we can provide connectivity to the rest of the region, to Curacao. The first reply would be, well, 150,000 people. No, it's not gonna be economically viable. And just like Curacao, there are multiple other islands that have the same challenge. As long as we keep looking at the development that we're dealing with right now as individual islands, we will not be able to have the potential to go up and sit at a table and say, well, we want you to bring some of your facilities to the region because we can create the volume of traffic that you can get in all of the areas that you are active. With our vision, where we are saying that we want to be the association that creates this common infrastructure that will connect most of all of the islands in the region and even overcome some of the things that today have been mentioned as challenges. Because when you want to build a robust or agile infrastructure, but you have this tier 4 data center in Curacao, everybody can say or may say, well, what is the reliability? It would be just one other single point of failure. But once we create this infrastructure, what we will have is all of us can or will be each other's geo-redundant location. So we don't need to build a second or a third data center in Curacao in order to have that redundancy. But now we are leveraging off of the investments that our partners have done on different islands already. Spare you are basically vision, mission, and objectives, because I really want you to see this part. This is how we're connected today. So everybody goes up to the internet, wherever that may reside, in all of the data centers across the world that I have shown, on all of the servers and storage areas of the different content providers, content distribution networks. We know that in the region, we have been building and creating or establishing internet exchange points. Most of the islands have their own. We need to look at how efficient we are using these facilities. Because as you know, the reason that we want them is we want to keep as much as possible our local traffic local, because that is one of the ways that we're going to make sure that we will be more cost effective, use our expensive capacity in a better way, and make sure that we can create, even within our local islands, that level of connectivity between the different ministries, between the different entities, so that we can guarantee a local flow of traffic that doesn't even leave our islands, which would also add to the sovereignty that all of us has been talking about up to now. The way that we're looking at doing this is by connecting our data centers using software-defined wide area networks, using the same infrastructure that is in place, but creating an infrastructure now on top of that, that we will be able to manage, that we will be able to guarantee that once everybody using the existing infrastructure or IXPs, the data centers, we can bring one, because we're creating volume, we can bring the content providers back to the region. We don't need to have, like in this particular picture, Netflix or Facebook in all of the islands, but we can leverage that out of one data center. Again, making sure that once we say, well, this is the infrastructure that we're building, we're not gonna bring the proposal before these players again as being Curacao with 150,000 people, but as we add on data centers, we hope and we have the intention to reach at least half of our market, which would be approximately 20 million people. And that gives you a different other perspective when we're looking at this possibility. I'm not sure if this would work right now, but what I wanted to show with this, I don't know if in the back they can help me and activate that link. If not, for those that want to see it, I can do it privately. What we see here is that we have mapped potential islands that we want to connect. And as you connect them, again, using the existing infrastructure, you can see the amount of population that we have. If you can go to where we have that, like the screen on your, it should be at further down. There, oh, one more up. One more. Yes. And then just click OECS. And with the arrow in the middle, as we add on data centers, we indicate the population on the islands that we're connecting. And again, in this particular one, and this one is America's too, you can see Curacao is in there, but all of the other islands that we're connecting to already brings us to 1.7 million population, a whole different conversation. Can you do the next one? Next arrow, no, sorry, the next arrow. There, yes. We add to this the ECFS cable, connecting all of the Eastern Caribbean. Our population size reaches 3.5 million. One more. We add the new cable connecting Suriname and Guyana and Trinidad. We're coming up to almost 5 million. And the last one, connecting to ARCAS gives us almost 15 million, and I didn't even add all of the islands that we're approaching to become part of this new initiative. This is what we would like to call the new Caribbean single infrastructure, leveraging on what exists, but also bringing a different perspective to the table. We are going to have an event in Curacao where we are already approaching multiple countries and data centers to come to Curacao, so we can elaborate a little bit more on this initiative. With this, Gary, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. King, for that rather informative presentation. And we'll now invite El Señor Gustavo Vasquez, who is the Senior Sales Director of the Networks of Central America and the Caribbean of Intelsat.
Hey, buenas tardes. Come on, guys. My daughter Gabriela called me this morning, so envious because I was in Barbados. She asked me, how are the people there? I was like, Funny, Caribbean, happy people. This is fish in the dish. We have a reverend. And that's all you give me? Buenas tardes. How are you guys? Good afternoon. Where is the clicker? All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm Gustavo Vasquez. I'm the Senior Sales Director for Intelsat. This is my first time in Barbados with these beautiful people. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. This is my first participation in ICT, my first ICT week. Within this year's theme, I believe the name is Embracing Digital Caribbean Opportunities for Growth and Innovation. Great theme, Gary, very good. I'll be talking to you specifically about ways that Intelsat can support the region in building resilient infrastructure. We've been talking about this all day, about ways that Intelsat can support also disaster recovery programs. In case there are people online or here that do not know who Intelsat is, we are a global satellite communications provider. We offer services to various sectors of the market, including government, maritime, enterprise, commercial aviation, and also media. Intelsat has been at the forefront of the telco satellite industry for over 50 years. We operate the largest integrated space and terrestrial network in the world. Since we launched our very first commercial satellite back in 1965, we have not stopped innovating, especially now that space exploration and satellite communications is on our daily lives, becoming more and more prevalent. Intelsat is currently developing the world's first hybrid multi-orbit software-defined 5G network to continue providing broadband connectivity at a global scale and continue powering innovation. I believe our goal in this event is for me to listen to perhaps join the vision of the CTU and many of the members that are participating here, to have a voice and try to promote and offer support in the region as well with our technology. So with that, I'm going to show you a quick video to give you guys an idea of what we're doing internally. How do I work this? If you can play the video, please. There you go. Oh, no sound. Can you fix that? Sound team, can we fix that? It was working earlier. If there are technical issues, just let me know so we can move on. Move on? Okay, perfect. All right. Just wanted to lend home some of the building momentum that Intelsat is working in the region, and I thought it would be important to share it with you for the region. From the video, I wanted to jump right into the challenges and some of the highlights that we see in the market. We've talked about it throughout the day. The region faces several challenges: broadband penetration, spectrum management, coverage gaps that ultimately limit the access of digital services and opportunities for citizens and business alike. I wanted to center in three areas fundamentally: the digital gap. There was, I think somebody mentioned it, I think it was Luis from Huawei, the statistics. You know, the World Bank published a report recently talking about the digital gap in Latin America. 230 million people are affected by the digital gap. Of that number, 40 million, 90 million have connectivity but do not access due to illiteracy. So that's a big challenge. And despite the fact that we're being more connected than ever, There's still many countries in the region that still lack access to digital platforms to have and to be connected. So to address this, Intelsat can support business models that can help position infrastructure, promote competition, promote innovation, and ultimately foster digital inclusion and literacy. So that's something that we do worldwide. The second point that I wanted to highlight is the private sector development and competitiveness. I've heard it all through the day. I've had the opportunity to participate in this region has a potential to become a hub for ICT-related services. Industries in the region such as business, process outsourcing, software development, digital content creation, electronic commerce. Intelsat can help potentialize this. Installing in-country satellite gateways will form a foundation where the different islands can bring broadband connectivity cost effectively to the different areas, despite the fact that the area is very fiber robust. So we can complement many of those services as well. We also want to be part of the success stories that the region is having. Despite all these challenges, some of the work that the communities are doing, like for instance, the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructure Program that is bringing connectivity to certain islands. We want to participate in that regard. In the video, I'm sorry you missed it, there's a lot of work around STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We do a lot of work in Africa with rural universities to support the less connected through SMET devices. These are portable satellite terminals that allow students to have educational content in rural areas where connectivity is not available yet. So from there, speaking of best practices, I'll go to leveraging some of those best practices. The conversation about business continuity and disaster recovery, it's an important one. Here are 3 ways that we think Intelsat can support the region. One of those is host critical data offshore. Intelsat can use our satellite fleet to back up and store critical data and secure it away from potential threats of hurricanes or earthquakes or floods that can affect the Caribbean region. This way, Intelsat can ensure that its data is always accessible and recoverable in case of a disaster. We can also support business continuity techniques. We talk about the relevant areas, the verticals that we need to live with every day: banking, health, finance. These are verticals that can never, ever stop. So Intelsat can create comprehensive and customized business continuity plans that cover all aspects of those verticals: risk assessment, recovery strategies, roles and responsibilities, and building the communication channels and resources to make sure that that works properly. The other area where we think we can support or offer guidance is on coordinating with external agencies. I mentioned Intelsat has been at the forefront of the telco satellite industry for many years. We can collaborate with stakeholders in the ICT industry, regulators, customer suppliers, partners, service providers, to align that business continuity strategy to what the market requires. An example, we are working on an MOU with the ITU to pledge a certain amount of air time and equipment in case that there is a disaster, that we can respond in a very quick way that is usually very helpful in the region, especially when a disaster occurs. From there, I'll jump to, sorry, oh, this is very sensitive. This is a little sensitive dingy here. All right. So the importance of reliable communications. Leveraging satellite communications can play an important role in ensuring continuous communication. And I highlight several areas here. Immediate communication during and after a disaster for terrestrial communication network can be disrupted. So Intelsat satellite art technology can help support that. Remote area connectivity in many parts of the Caribbean, consistent, these remote areas that might be hard to reach after a disaster, we can provide connectivity to those areas in a very quick way. Data transmission. Satellite services can be used to transmit critical data like weather updates. Somebody mentioned that in one of the presentations, damage assessments and location data of affected areas. We heard that from the Fisher business, the Fisher vertical that we were speaking just a few minutes ago, and helping in more relief efforts. That's a little bit of the role of satellite. I will show, oh, this thing is really, okay, in natural disasters, now this is very sensitive. Sorry about that. Just to close, I will capture here, the supporting natural disasters is in our core values within Intelsat. For years, we have been supporting emergency communications on first responders and humanitarian groups, organizations that operate in remote, heavily striking areas with these disasters, these natural disasters. So we can provide reliable, secure, and high-performance voice, video, and data communications that enable coordination among all the different islands in the Caribbean. So that's my presentation for today. I really thank your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Vasquez, por la presentación tan interesante y por el trabajo que hace el Intelsat en la región. Okay, ¿hay preguntas? Are there any questions? Sorry, let me switch back. Any questions for any of the speakers? No hay? Okay. Ashi, you have questions? Okay, can someone assist? Ashi needs a mic. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask actually regarding the data centers. A few governments, not a lot, but a few governments have expressed an interest in building their own data centers, and I just wanted to know, from your perspective, if there's any merit to that as part of, I don't know, a security policy or strategy or even resiliency. Based on the fact that you do run and operate and are building this network of data centers, is there a case for Caribbean governments to build and manage that infrastructure themselves? Thank you.
Well, yeah. So again, our perspective in the totality of this is that we need to look at our economies of scale. If the facilities are there already, and we can create the environment so that the data can be secured and sovereign legacy, like you could do what we call the data embassies as a solution, that would create the environment for governments to consider looking at existing data centers, have a evaluate to look at what the requirements would be for them to basically use the existing facilities already and make the operators make the necessary changes so that they will comply with the requirements that government would put in place. There, where there is no facility, then I think, yes, there is merit into building. Of course, when we look at some of our smaller islands and the situations that I know is that sometimes governments go to the containerized solutions. And if you're looking to, because we are in, let's say, a hurricane-prone area, those are solutions that I would not recommend. But because we're building a connected infrastructure using as the ones. We will add an additional level of security. Within the group, we also have cybersecurity operators, providers, vendors that will help with the construction of the infrastructure. So I would basically first say we need to evaluate and not go and do what we have done a lot of times in the past. Invest again and then not be able to recover. Use the facilities that are in place, and on a lot of our islands, there are facilities that I think will meet the requirements once made known.
Right. Are there any more questions? No? All right, moving along with the next panel discussion, AI impact and opportunities for the Caribbean. So we would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Rodney Lewis, who is an ICT e-governance consultant from Barbados. I'm not seeing Rodney. Oh, he's outside. All right. While we await Rodney's arrival, we invite Mr. Nicholas Dopwell, who is the Caribbean representative of the public sector and education at Google, and Mr. Shannon Clark. He's a software solutions architect and entrepreneur in Barbados. Please, we invite you to come to the platform. Where are our speakers? Right, this way, please. Thank you, Rodney. Yes, have a seat, please. All right, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we all had a hearty meal and everybody's refreshed and ready for this exciting discussion about artificial intelligence and the impacts and the opportunities for small island developing states. My name is Rodney Lewis. I've been an ICT consultant for over, don't want to date myself, as Rodney Taylor would normally say, but for over 25 years. And I would have traveled, extensively for international businesses, NGOs, representing the region on several ICT. This evening, we have two very distinguished guests, Nicholas Dotwell and Shannon Clark. I would like them to give some background on their experience.
Hi, everyone. Nicholas Dopwell. I am the Senior Representative for Google Cloud for the Caribbean. Public sector, covering public sector and education. And I'm really happy to be here at the CTU event. I've met a lot of really nice people here over the last few days, and what really makes me excited about representing Google is that I'm able to bring something to the CARICOM that hasn't existed before. And I've learned a lot over the last 14 months since I joined Google Cloud about what Google Cloud truly provides. And essentially what Google Cloud provides is access to the same technology that Google was built on. The same technology that Google uses on a daily basis to secure its own resources and to advance technology. The same research and design, the same security is all available. And that's something that we can take advantage of as we move towards really transforming our region. And I'm also really proud and honored to be the first CARICOM person working for Google for the Caribbean. And I want to take that responsibility really seriously because I feel like I have a lot of skin in the game, a lot of family in the game. So I'd very much like to thank TSL, who invited me to come work with them, through them, this CTU event. So thank you, Jake, for inviting me here to be with you at this event. And TSL is our partner here in Barbados. They have a few offices regionally, and they do provide Google services. So thank you so much. I'll try to keep it short there for now. Shannon?
All right, thank you so much, Nicholas. My name is Shannon Clark. I'm an electrical engineer and software solutions architect, Barbados-based, born and bred. So I actually have some experience building healthcare solutions, fintech solutions, as well as government solutions. But I'm not here only representing myself. I'm also the curator of a regional task force of software developers called Barcode. So I'm really here to represent some of the local and regional expertise that we have, not only in leveraging tools from tech companies like Google, but also looking at how can we build local and regional solutions for our indigenous problems.
Very good, gentlemen. As I said, I traveled extensively and I was invited to a trade show in New York. And back then they were using XML, Extensible Market Language. And we were all in awe when they wanted to allow the refrigerator to actually order your groceries. And I know I'm aging myself, yeah? And what happened is that back then, this refrigerator would have been seen as the internet, one of the Internet of Things. Now we have Fitbit watches, we have scales, everything that is connected to the internet that is just gathering data. My question to both of y'all is that with all this data that is being gathered, I would like to know what provisions are y'all putting in place to secure the privacy or the confidentiality of the users that will be using this data.
So when data is gathered, I think it's a good thing that you brought up data since we're going to be speaking about AI. When the data is gathered, it really depends on the organization gathering it. But the important thing is that if we are to use AI, we're going to need to gather data because you need to train that AI. In terms of how to use, so did you want to know about how to secure the data or secure AI platforms?
No. Data is coming from all different directions, whether it is the data, as I said already, from the Fitbit, the smart TV, from applications. I'm just wondering, like, what provisions do y'all have in place? Because we're dealing with AI, and data, big data, is the fuel for AI. And for all those that might be a little wary about the terminology, all AI really is artificial intelligence replicating, or technology replicating human intelligence. So what I'm asking about is, how are users or consumers then supposed to feel, what are you all going to do to make consumers feel comfortable when they're engaging with these platforms? What measures are you all putting in place to secure the data of the individuals? Yeah.
Okay, so again, it would really matter depending on which organization is gathering the data. I could speak from a Google perspective. So Google, yes, has been gathering data for many years. I work in Google Cloud, to be very specific. So I do not work on the YouTube side. I do not work on the in search. I do not work on the advertising side. I work specifically on bringing the technology that those businesses were built on and adapting it to your needs, right? And that has been done over and over. But in terms of the that side of the business when they would collect data. What's really important to think of is Google itself just turned 25 years old. Have you ever heard of a breach of Google's data? Have you ever heard of YouTube, Google.com being searched, Google search being breached? Have you? Anyone? No. And how many people in the room use Gmail? We could make this interactive. I'm guessing most people. We know that we have more than 3 billion daily users of Gmail. It's by far the largest, by very far, the largest email used globally. Has anyone here ever met anyone that had their private Gmail hacked? And I can say that without fear, in front of a room of people. That should be a strange thing for me to be able to say. But that's to give you an idea of the level of security that stands behind Google and the products and the security that we're able to supply. And the point of this discussion is not for me to go into the technical, but that's a clear example of the depths of security that go to secure your data from a Google standpoint. I cannot speak for every other organization, but I know that data security is something that is very much something that we need to think carefully about, and it's something that I can help you with. And I do work exclusively with governments and education. And so I'm very proud to bring that to the Caribbean.
Let me just jump in on that. So in addition to Gmail, I'm sure most of us, especially when we're traveling, we're probably also using things like Google Maps, for instance. When we are searching, some of you may be here in Barbados for the first time or maybe even for the nth time. You're probably looking for local services. You're probably seeing Google business profiles and certain recommendations. That is an example of some of the data they may be capturing. But I think one of the things that Rodney, you're also pointing towards is not only security, but also privacy. So when we're talking about privacy, which would be potentially any information as personal and maybe even sensitive, then I think is where we get into some touchy areas. For instance, with my Fitbit, who can really track or maybe see that I haven't taken my 10,000 steps for today, or maybe from my fitness pal, I'm not eating as healthy as I should. And I think that what we actually have some useful tools, or at least some guidelines, frameworks, I should say, in terms of data privacy and regulations that are being adopted throughout the region itself, but not only in the region in Caribbean, US, as well as Canada as well. We actually have one of our data privacy experts here, Stephen Williams, if you want to put out your hand. Definitely, if you want to know more, you can speak to him. But I'll speak from the developer and the entrepreneur perspective. Now, we all have a responsibility, whether it's a tech company in terms of security, but also as developers creating these solutions to respect the privacy of our information. If you have a tourism app, for instance, who is it that's able to see that you're here within this hotel? Certainly no one should be able to see that on the open web itself. So if you take a couple steps back, AI, Rodney, I think you did a great job. What we're really talking about is how can we allow computers to think, analyze, and respond like humans. When we talk about big data, they're able to process data in ways that we cannot. Or rather, it would probably take us a year and some to do what they can do in microseconds. Now, the power of that is amazing, because that then allows us potentially to actually personalize education plans for students, personalize health plans even for doctors. Right now, within the Caribbean, we're facing an NCD epidemic, mostly because of unhealthy lifestyles, different genetic disorder or dispositions, I should say. How can our doctors, for instance, be able to diagnose us not only faster through medical scans, for instance, but also look at our profile and then be able to give us a personalized health plan and go beyond that to use even the Fitbits, for instance, which Google bought, to actually say, okay, are we actually adhering, and then adjust the plans? How can we use some of our own natural science? I'm not sure how many of you may be in here from the Caribbean, but when COVID came up, the first thing I was thinking, what kind of tea will my grandmother give me? First thing I was thinking, she probably gonna put some black pepper, a little pepper, turmeric and whatnot, and surely when I had a little cough and whatnot, that's the first thing I did. Not a doctor, but first thing we'll go towards, how can we add some science to that? You know, actually look at, well, what is the effectiveness of those natural remedies, match that with the medical data, and perhaps we even come up with our own solutions, for instance. So I think that we're looking at not only in terms of how do we look to the issues, and these are serious issues in terms of data privacy, but also what are the potential opportunities once this data is used responsibly and ethically. And again, I'll just point back to the data privacy and protection regulations that we do have within the Caribbean.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Shannon. All right, we have another issue where the economy is concerned, where AI, you have AI being used, and it causes a lot of job displacement. How do we marry the fact that AI would normally replace those lower skilled individuals and then still say that AI could be used to build the economy? I find you have two opposing elements there. Would you like to?
Yeah. So I think the interesting thing about this is that any tool that is extremely powerful tends to be a double-edged sword. So you can really take advantage of it, or you can be hurt by it. So when we talk about how it can impact an economy or the job market, we can solve problems that we physically could not solve with human beings before. We can educate in ways that we could not before. Google Classroom just added a feature called practice sets that self-corrects and then provides information to students that want to learn at a faster rate, so that it tells you got this wrong and you can learn fast. You can learn faster. There's huge amounts of information now to allow us to be upskilled. There's lots of information for those that are not skilled to become skilled from zero. And we can solve problems that have been plaguing our region specifically. Ease of doing business. We need to collect data from multiple agencies. If we think of what hinders business from growing in a Caribbean island, we need to think, well, we have to do different registrations. We need to be compliant with our industry. We need to be compliant from a tax perspective. But how do we gather the information from all these different data sets? We could potentially integrate all, run it through our data warehouse, and have a large language model that spits out answers immediately. Might take about 5 or 6 seconds, but that 5 or 6 seconds is a lot faster than the normal pace of getting answers for businesses that need to grow. So we can have our businesses growing. We can bring foreign direct investment that create new jobs at a rapid pace using AI. So appropriate use of technology can result in a massive 10x transformation of our ability to grow our economies. How we can suffer is when we sit by and do nothing. If we pretend that AI didn't just come out and we speak about it, but we take no action. My mom was a secretary, and she was, she's 85 now. When she went to learn how to be a secretary, she was taught how to use a manual typewriter. And she always told me, when she hears about things like AI, she always thinks about when the computer came out, and all the secretaries got worried. They said, this is going to make us all lose our jobs, and we're gonna lose out. And a lot of people were complaining, saying this is a terrible thing. Do we want to go back? The reality is technology is moving forward. We need to update the people and our processes to match what we have in our toolkit now.
I totally agree with you. Nick, transition is necessary. As they say, change is inevitable, but it's how the change is dealt with that makes the difference. And I think when you're dealing with these things as well, you have to recognize the culture. And if you're in a place like this region where you might have a lot of lower skilled and not being class, trying to downgrade anybody's occupation or anything, but you have AI that is actually replacing, that is actually finding the leads, making the calls, opening up Zoom to actually close the deals. So there's no human involvement. And what I'm getting at then is that you might have a situation where a lot of data analysts, a lot of database experts, all of those high profile jobs, technical jobs might be actually open for persons entering that technological arena. How, in looking at the small island developing states, what do you think would be the solution then to make sure that more of the pie in terms of the employment or the persons on the breadline or whatever, they're able to actually access the opportunities coming from AI?
Nick, if you don't mind, let me just jump in on this. Excellent question. I think the disruption from AI will be immense and perhaps even sudden. It's already happened. It's already happening right now. We've been using AI products, whether or not we know it or recognize it. Certainly, everyone within the room, speaking to the audience as well. Not only in terms of analyzing, but now we're seeing in terms of generative, where we're able to see the AI actually respond like a human. And that then brings us in question: if it can respond like a human, do we need a human? And that then brings, okay, so you have a secretary. But I'll ask you a question. For many of us, whether it's within our own offices, our own organizations, how many of us actually see the value, see the value of having that front desk secretary? What is the value of that front desk secretary? Is it to write your letters? Is it to say hi to everyone that they come in? No, certainly not. That person is there because we do business with humans and they provide that human touch. We don't want them to feel that this is a faceless organization or just a brick and mortar store. Well, not brick and mortar store, no offense, but just a brick and mortar location where they're just coming to pick up an item and just leave. We don't want it to only be a transaction. We want to build a relationship with our customers. And that really comes down to what is the value of these jobs. So Rodney, what I think we're going to have to do, whether it's a call center representative, a secretary, front desk clerk or whatnot, we need to reassess the value of jobs, not only as employers, but also as employees as well. So we will need to actually see our jobs beyond just what skills am I bringing on my resume, but also what value am I bringing to the organization. Because you're absolutely right, I make no mistake about it. In areas such as manufacturing, in terms of production, especially where a lot of tasks are done by rote, where you can indeed put a machine in place. We've already had the Industrial Revolution, where we're focusing on the next revolution that can do things faster in less time and even better than human hands can. We will see that replacement. But in terms of value, that is where we're actually going to see not only replacement, but also new creation of jobs.
Yeah, very good, Shannon. Well, in the interest of time, I would like to get some participation from the audience, but before we go there, one of the very pressing concerns is that in academia, the use of AI causing students not to be creative, students using AI to do their entire thesis and their homework and all their projects. What advice would you give to students in terms of using the AI probably just as a research tool, or just how you probably use Google search or whatever, but at the end of the day, not using it for full project? Nick? There you go, Shane.
I do appreciate that. I like to think of AI as not artificial intelligence, but assistive interface. We've all had interns. AI is like that bright-eyed, bushy-tailed intern. Does everything so quickly and very, very confidently. Sometimes it's actually a little bit wrong, though. Sometimes it's a little bit wrong. So if I have my thesis project, am I going to ask ChatGPT to create it for me? Maybe. But at the same time, that's probably no better than asking someone who's never actually studied electrical engineering to write a fantastic paper. Point being that myself as a software developer, there are fantastic assistive tools such as Google Copilot that can write code. Fantastic, written by GitHub based on analysis of thousands and millions of software developers. Almost every day, every line, it gets it wrong.
Very good, Shannon.
Yeah. So I think one of the issues, personally, is that we need to reassess what education is. And so if our concern is that a student will use ChatGPT, if they use Bard, whatever they use, if they use it to create a template for an essay, then they correct everything and they make it better. Is that terrible? I mean, they're going to go into a real world where this is going to be a mainstream tool, right? And maybe what we should do is, if you're going to give a project, have part of the assignment. Sorry, I'm saying this as someone that has been a lecturer. Have part of the assessment, let them present it and speak to it, right? So if the idea of, so even education needs to keep pace with technology. A big part of the problem is that education is not moving at near the speed. It has not changed significantly in over 50 years. So, and this is someone that works in the education space. I think we need to really rethink how we educate students for a world that is changing, whereas our education systems, especially in the Caribbean, was built on a Commonwealth system for the industrial era that was built for people to have a certain static idea of the future. Yeah. We need to build flexibility into education. Yeah. We need to prepare students to be resilient. And part of that might mean having higher standards in an assignment and making sure that they can present and explain what they've said. And that would be the proof. The proof is in the pudding.
Well, thanks again, Nick and Shannon. I think we have a gentleman here who likes to ask questions.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to you for pulling off another successful week. And I appreciate Google being here. When I see these conferences, what is normally missing is some of the leading tech giants sharing their time and their direction with this region, which is under-resourced in that way. My question to you is specific data privacy, as Shannon was alluding to. My concern is the guardrails on a couple of things. As we talk about artificial intelligence, one of the things that I'm a big proponent of Bard, GPT, and using artificial intelligence, because at the end of the day, you can either get with the tide or get with the wave.
Yeah.
So I have a concern for the culture behind it. Right now, I don't know if it's at the university level, but when you listen to the AI talk, North American, Spanish, I'm not Spanish, I'm French, so I can't tell you the authenticity of the region's French or whatever. But my daughter starting to song American, right? Right? When you now have COVID, where we now have a situation where we tell the students to learn on YouTube. How are we not going to pull back the YouTube, pull back these platforms when we start asking for GPT? So I'm not putting the responsibility on Google, but the question is the guardrails. One, where does Google sit in terms of how much data it thinks it should access to do the wonderful things you're talking about? Because at the end of the day, right, we give you data, but I need to talk to you because there's so many things missing. Like, for example, Barbadians right now cannot monetize on the Play Store. You're not responsible for every aspect of Google. You just happen to be fisting on the chair, and I apologize. All right? But I think we need more representation from the Googles and not so much Microsoft, because Microsoft has been in the region doing their thing. But I, for one, since we do use the Google training, oh God, what's Google Classroom? Yes, the Google Classroom, right? How much is involved in ensuring that our culture is taken into account? What we learn is taken into account the cultural nuances of this region. I'm worried about that because right now we just seem to be adopting the technology and pushing towards it as users. I'm worried that we're going to lose a bit of ourselves if we don't have some level of mechanism to get back into that. Yeah.
If we can have the responses fairly brief so that we can get more questions in from everybody. Thanks a lot.
Sure. So in terms of how Google would try to make sure that our technology takes culture into perspective. So in terms of YouTube, that might be honestly a more complicated discussion, right? Because and if I'm going to be realistic, I mean, when I was a kid, we were talking about the same thing with TV, right? Saying that, we were adopting American accents and becoming Americanized. And so this is a long-standing challenge, and it's based on where content is being generated versus where it's being consumed. But in terms of something like Google Classroom and the data that you also mentioned, the amount of data that we need to use to create these tools. So it depends on which AI tool very much. But if you want to train a very large model, you're going to need a lot of data. So what Google typically has used is really huge amounts of data that are public information, right? So that is where these have been trained. The interesting thing, though, is that Google is also able to provide environments where you can do the exact same thing and control the data that's going into it. So let's say we as the CARICOM wanted to create a large language model based on all of the information that we could possibly gather from everywhere in the CARICOM. Imagine if we connected to every database from every government in the CARICOM, and we wanted to be able to give clear answers as to how I would do different things across different CARICOM states. That is the power that could be at our fingertips. And so if we wanted to become a CSME, now we have all the technology at our fingertips.
That's good. All right, any other questions from the floor?
Yes, thank you. So just one quick question from me, and then I'll just ask just two as well from the Barbados Tech Association, which is following online. One is Christopher Darrell and Nicholas Worrell. And my very simple question is, do I need to spend $100,000 to send my son off to the UK to do a 4-year degree any longer? And this is the first time in my life I'm thinking my son doesn't actually need this 4-year degree for $100,000. So what do you advise? I'd like to save the money. The question also from the Barbados Tech Association is one of the answers to AI counting AI instead of humans? What better tool to keep the rails on AI than AI? And then next question is, given the fragility of the region economically to massive shocks, would it be prudent to start considering legislation to limit the utilization of AI, especially in smaller, more vulnerable sectors of regional economies? Thank you.
Okay, I guess this is directed to me. In terms of the first question, do you need to send your son to university overseas? It depends on what employer he wants, but generally we're seeing a shift. I think it's mostly in terms of assessing the risk of the occupation. Certainly when we're hiring software developers, we're not really looking at their credentials, we're looking at what projects have they built, their soft skills more so, can they work in a team, etc. But certainly I don't want my doctor to be coming up with their own medical formulas on their own. Yeah, that's a very high risk. Similar in terms of engineers, They said mistakes bury engineers. We certainly don't want our bridges to fall down. So if they're taking in terms of high risk occupations, I'll say get the degree. It'll still be going to be worth it. Definitely. I think the second question, I'm not sure, Nick, you want to take the next one? Okay.
About regulating AI with AI effectively.
Okay,
Using AI as a regulatory tool, and then legislation.
I'll probably just jump on to what Nick said, and then you can go. Certainly, in terms of education, we have to look to new education models. But certainly, as much as we have ChatGPT and generative AI models, we also have AI models out there that are indeed detecting these the same text, etc. So we actually have AI policing AI right now. We already have that facility, and it's only going to get better. Nick.
The last question. What could you repeat the last?
Consider legislation to limit the utilization of AI, especially in smaller, more vulnerable sectors of regional economies.
So I mean, I probably made it clear. I see AI as, as disruptive or more disruptive than the invention of the computer, the desktop computer. I think if we'll cut ourselves off from AI, we are purposefully cutting ourselves off from the next step. So I think it's a very, very dangerous move. I think we need to embrace it and we need to get ahead of it. We have the ability to accelerate our development at a very rapid speed.
That's very good. Again, Nick. Last comment before we go. $15 trillion is projected from AI activities between now and 2030. I would like to know from y'all what portion of the small island developing states, what can we do, or what do y'all suggest that we do that we can actually tap into some of that money?
I say just generally, and Nick, you could go into specifics, but I'd say just generally, we should see AI as a vehicle, and we should swallow our fear and start now in terms of building solutions, and also look towards building local solutions, not only for our regional problems, but also to export to the world.
I see it from the standpoint of making sure we get our data correct first. So I think one of the big problems that we have in the region in terms of actually optimizing AI right now is that our data is not in a condition that we can truly train the models to then accelerate. So I think we need to think about how do we integrate our systems, bring our data together, and have it clean so that and if we have it unstructured, well, then Google can still help because we have the only data warehouse that can work with unstructured data.
Well,
Google Cloud has a solution.
Folks, thanks again. I'd like to thank, one.
Sorry, good conversation. One question I have for Google Cloud is whether or not you're developing any solution for government platforms.
Yeah, we have many solutions just for government. I've already been speaking to a number of governments. I'm about to start a pilot in one island around using their legislation as a database and then advising their legal teams. So their legal teams can then go and consult a large language model based on their own legislation, right? So I work as part of Google for government for Latin America and the Caribbean. Everyone in my entire team works just with governments. I work with an engineer that created a digital identity solution that has been adopted already in one country, not allowed to say which, with more than 20 million people already on it. I work with a team that builds solutions and gets their hands dirty. And I would say one interesting thing is that Google is willing to actually directly help build architectures for governments. We do not just, so, as much as I came here with a partner, we would have our engineers and architects work with the partner, not hand off onto partner. So we put full skin in the game. We do want to make sure we have success with every case so that you would be a good reference at the end as well. But nobody's going to be a good reference until they have a good story.
Well, once again, I would like to thank this very knowledgeable panel, Nick and Shannon, and thank you all for being so participative. I don't know, just mixed up that word. Participative. Anyhow, all right. You all have a pleasant evening, and thank you again.
Thank you so much, Rodney, for that very, very enlightening and exciting discussion and conversation, which I believe, if left, can possibly go on for the next hour or so. But maybe you can, engage both Nick and Shannon later over a drink or so, and continue the conversation. So let's continue our panel discussions. We have one more panel discussion before the end of the day. There is a break, but I will ask that we forego the break. If you all want coffee or tea, there's coffee and tea outside, please, and you can bring it back into the room. But I want to get into the last panel of the day. Certainly not the most uninteresting panel. It's on cyber security, and it's our regional imperatives. And I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Kevin Swift, who is the head of Public Safety Affairs at LACNIC, to join us up here, and along with the panelists, Luis Adolfo, again from Huawei. Okay, I'll ask Kevin to introduce his panelists.
I stand on the protocols established before me, and I would say, great afternoon to everyone. Great afternoon. Great afternoon. Yes, I'm trying to wake up your ears and your eyes in what is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. This topic that we have is certainly very engaging, very interesting. I have strict instructions to maintain a certain time period, so I'm going to really try and do my best here. Cybersecurity means different things to different people, and I think that is apparent till there's a perception of this dichotomy between what a CISO or information security manager knows and says, and then what the business leaders and the political folks actually do. There is this dichotomy, but let me give you a bit of a sobering view as to why this is important and why everyone in this room has a role to play. We would have seen over the last couple of years rapid digitalization, whether it was planned or planned, that's as a result of the pandemic. We have had an increase in internet services, the usage of those services, the idea of there being multiple consumer devices to allow for remote work, work from home solutions. All of these things, coupled with what we are convened to do here this week in digital transformation, increases the real estate, the digital real estate that we have, which inadvertently can also increase the attack surface, the possibilities for there to be cyber attacks. Let me not have my panel stand here waiting. I have a series of wonderful experts that will be accompanying me this afternoon. We have Mr. Yajun Yu, or Yannick from Huawei. I think we could give everyone a bit of a encouragement. Again, I'm just making sure you're awake, huh? I mean, there's coffee and tea. Mr. Rodney Murali, who is Regional Sales Manager from Fortinet. Mr. Ashish Uttamchandani, Group Chief Strategy Business Development Officer from Amalgamated Security Services Limited. And Mr. Dion Alton, who is the CTO and co-founder of Caribbean Cybersecurity Center. So this rapid digitalization, and we are talking about making all of these investments to enrich the Caribbean digital experience. we have a number of very flagrant risks, a very risk in front of us that we must attend to. Let me give you another quick point here. There's been, of course, we know this, an increase in cyber attacks during the pandemic. We are seeing right now that the cyber criminals, the traditional ones, they are commoditizing their threat capabilities to have novices, would-be criminals come into the fold. Let me break that down for you. You have cyber criminal activity for dummies, and these playbooks are easily available. So what that means is that these traditional bad actors are trying to avoid detection by law enforcement by positioning themselves higher up in hiding and letting a lot of younger novice people doing a lot of senseless acts, making all of these things very difficult. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but when you do have an opportunity, I would like for you to look up the Conti Criminal Group. Conti Criminal Group, which was a large operation that was dismantled by law enforcement. They had HR departments, they had marketing departments, bonuses. Many people didn't even know they were working for a cyber criminal organization. It was very lucrative. I mean, you work from home, and they were employing engineers, doctors, very skilled and intelligent people. So let us disabuse ourselves of this idea of the cyber criminal being this aloof teenager in a basement, in the dark. The cyber criminal element is highly intelligent, they are highly organized, and they're doing a lot more sophisticated things, which makes it a lot difficult for us who want to do legitimate activities on the internet. It makes it difficult for us to do our work. So in this afternoon's discussion, we're going to look at a couple of different snapshots. I think we won't bother to do the slides right now, but I want us to start off with understanding what exactly is a cyber threat and how can we describe the Caribbean cyber threat landscape. And for that, I'd like to call on Rodney to give us his opening intervention and let us understand this thing really. What is cyber? What is this?
Hi, good afternoon. How are you guys feeling this afternoon? Good? Good. So, come on, can I stand and present? Because I think it's, given it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and everybody looking like they're ready to sleep. So let me just say, first of all, thanks to the CTU for having us here. I represent Fortinet, one of the global companies globally. We have close to 10,000 employees, and we're here. We've been supporting the CTU for a while. So it's good to be here. I've seen some of our partners, and I would also like to thank them for being here. But let's get straight into the topic. And I want to start by saying, in terms of cybersecurity and having a cyber resilience approach to cybersecurity, it all starts with us. And I'm gonna engage the crowd a little bit, because how many of you actually, when you came to the CTU conference this year, you connected to the hotel Wi-Fi? Did you guys look and see what were the implications of connecting to the hotel Wi-Fi? Was it secure enough in terms of your corporate posture? Anybody around the table, anybody in the room would have done that? In fact, I looked at the Wi-Fi, and they were not even terms and conditions that in terms of if there's any sort of liability. And that's something, that's why I say it starts with us. Because we are out of offices for maybe the last week for some people, maybe the last 3 days. And that gives the threat actors an opportunity or window of opportunity to actually be able to do some sort of attack on the machines. Now, let's start with some stats. If I ask anybody around this table, in terms of, or in the room, In terms of the English-speaking Caribbean, how many attacks that we see on a daily basis? Maybe I can ask the panel. What number would that be? Anybody here around the table want to make a good guess? I know there's some drinks after this, so we can plead ignorance. So he says 200,000, over 200,000 per day. Yeah. Pardon? Millions, yeah, okay, good. All right, so based on Fortinet, we have deployments across the Caribbean. And in fact, the numbers for 2022 was 386 million attacks for the year, which makes it at least 1 million per day. And that is based on our sensors, based on our firewalls, our endpoints. And if you take that number and you multiply it by the other vendors within the region, I almost think that we may be around 5 million. If I drill that down into Barbados, which I will not do in this panel, I would say to you guys that even connecting to the hotel network, your machine could have been attacked. Yeah?
Rodney here is giving us some very sobering facts as to the reality that we face. I would like to ask Yannick a similar question, but could you tell us a bit more about the methodologies that are being used for these attacks? What are these cyber criminals doing? Why are they making our lives so complicated?
Sure. I think we need to look at this through the bad guys actors lens. So fundamentally, the questions are fairly simple. So you look at it, the question is, if you have any digital assets or services are considered as valuable, or do you have any, in terms of asset or service loss, something you would be willing to pay to get it back? So if the answer is yes, well, I would say these answers apply to all different levels, state, corporate, and personal. If the answer is yes, then congratulations, you're on someone's radar as being a potential weakness. Now, whether this attack actually takes place depends. We all know in the modern cybercrime, it now acts more like businesses, right? We're thriving business, very unfortunate. So whether this action actually would take place to hurt this region has a lot to do, unsurprisingly, just like any other business, the ROIs, the return of investment. So there are two key questions here to be asked. The first one is how risky or dangerous it is to penetrate the defense system. That's the first one. The second one is how much profit could the bad actors potentially get after a successful attack. Remember, no matter what we do, no matter what this region does, you do not want to appear as a low-hanging fruit, because that's just an invitation, a warm invitation for the bad guys to attack. The bad guys do not follow legal boundaries. They go after profit. That's just the nature of business, the nature of very successful and thriving business. So what we can do to mitigate something like this, I would say, with the right security measure in place, we implement the right methodology, the tools, and the process. What we can do is to minimize, let's say, to follow the minimum privilege principle and minimize ROI as much as we can, to make it to the point where for the bad guys, either for the internal or external, like external adversaries or internal bad actors, to make it to minimize ROI to the point where it's too difficult or just not worth to pursue. That's where we want it to be. Otherwise, because of the nature of the crime, like cybercrime, because of the way how it increases, evolved over time, this is something, one way or another, they will figure out a way. Like the latest one being the trend being the crime as a service, like malware as a service, phishing, and ransomware to be particularly. I think that's been hitting this area very hard for the past few years. It will continue to rise, I think the estimate I gave just a few minutes ago about a few millions attack per day was pretty accurate. And this number would only continue to rise because of the way it's like a honeypot. It's just too big of an opportunity for any cyber crime criminals to ignore. And the way how they look at it, as I mentioned, is you need to look at it from the criminal's lens. It's not only about a way to monetize their skill set with this infrastructure, with cryptocurrency, with the crime as a service, is also to monetize at scale. That's the most difficult and the most dangerous part. As cybersecurity professionals, we need to keep a close eye on what's happening, what's going to happen, and try to figure out the way how the bad guys think, operate, and also to figure out a way to mitigate these issues as much as we can. But I think that's something everyone in this room need to be very aware of, and to do our best as a team together. I think through the day, the theme, the topic of collaboration came out many times. I think that's one of the nature, very something unique with this region. I think that's something would also be the key for us to succeed in terms of battling the cyber criminals.
Wonderful. Well, really not wonderful if you think about it. I mean, 5 million attacks a day. And then Yannick rightfully spoke about the value of cybercrime. Anybody has an idea on a global level, what's the economic impact of cybercrime? Any ideas? Okay, no hands at all. It's either you don't know, or you're all tired. So if cybercrime were a country, it would be the third largest economy in the world. It is estimated to reach to $8.3 trillion this year, and even go up to $10 trillion in 2025. We're not talking about small dollars and cents. This is big illicit business. And as Yannick has said, the Caribbean, we cannot be seen as low-hanging fruit. One of the things with digitalization and with the development of the internet is that we remove borders. It helps us with overcoming barriers to set up business, but it also exposes us. I want us to now direct this conversation and talk about how prepared we are. Oh, here are the slides. So I'm going quickly. We would have touched on the very first thing as to what is happening, why is this important? And of course, with some of the resources we have here, you would see on top, if this works, right. Fortinet Cybersecurity Awareness Training Global Research Brief, talking about the types of attacks, 81% being phishing attacks, looking for your passwords. You would see as well on this, okay, right. And this jump that we have been talking about, and this jump is understood, particularly in the pandemic with lockdowns and all of us doing pivoting strategies, whether planned or not planned, we have had this exponential increase. I want us to talk about how prepared we are. And to talk about how prepared, you can look at this from various lenses. The OAS and the IDB came up with something called the Cybersecurity Capacity Maturity Model, and it gives us a rough idea. I mean, some of the data they have would be the existence of national cybersecurity strategies. We see in the region, Jamaica had one in 2015, Trinidad in 2013. Are those things applicable for 2023? This gives us an America's view. There's a bit of a something there, but there isn't a lot in terms of our national strategies. And similarly, when we think about CSIRTs, okay, we're seeing a bit more in terms of national CSIRTs. Barbados is on the list, Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica. Is it enough? National CSIRTs, then you think of sectoral CSIRTs, and you're like, how prepared are we? Cybercrime legislation, this speaks to 30 out of 35 countries in the Americas having legislation, but is it legislation that speaks to ransomware attacks? Is it legislation that contemplates cloud computing and the way that we have data? Is this actually relevant? Our preparedness, and I'll hand the floor over to Dion, I'm going to switch up the order a bit. Dion, how prepared are we?
Well, preparedness is an ecosystem, if you want to look at it like that. There's several different elements that need to be in place to have good cyber preparedness, right? Across the region, Kevin would have mentioned the CSERTs. We have certs in place. There's enough awareness efforts going on, so you might have your certs there. So people don't know that they're certs, and the certs are not alive and working. So in short, we're not doing well, right? There's a lack of synchronization across the region when it comes to preparedness. You might have a cert set up, but you don't have the relevant machinery in place. You have data protection regulations being enacted, like recently in Barbados, we have data commissioners, but then there's no education on the local and regional level in terms of we have these laws and regulations. Now, what do we do, right? What are the responsibilities of private and public sector entities when something fishy happens in your environment, when there's a breach, when there's an incident? What are you supposed to do? Are the certs getting information from different geographies that say, let's say they're talking to Japan cert, which is a couple hours ahead of us. Are the certs in the region getting information from other time zones saying, look out for this kind of activity in your domain, and then educate the local landscape? So we don't have any of that, right? So I think there's more synchronization, education, awareness that needs to come along, because if you can imagine, cyber preparedness is like a Swiss cheese, and we need to plug as many holes in that cheese as possible. And as the panelist to my right said, I mean, this stuff is being monetized, right? The bad actors know that the region, the Caribbean region, is way behind in terms of preparedness. So there's no surprise when you heard about Bermuda last month being hit, but the Bermuda government being hit by ransomware, and their systems were taken totally offline. There's no surprise that GEBE, which is in St. Martin, got hit by ransomware about 2 years ago, and today they're still struggling to get back up and running. So the bad actors know that we are not as prepared, right? Some of the crimes that they perpetrate in the Eastern European bloc, sorry to say, in the Eastern European bloc, cannot be executed there anymore. So you know what they do? They go where it's easy pickings. They come to the region, right? So you're going to see more crime, more cyber incidents taking off in this region until we focus more on that Swiss cheese and the level of preparedness that we have to put in place so that we can avert some of these issues.
Thanks so much, Dion. Ashish, certs, we need to be prepared, have all of these rules. What's the importance of high crime legislation? Do we have enough people? Do you think you're in a industry with a lot of professionals?
So good. Thank you, Dion. Some very good feedback, nonetheless, from the rest of the panel. I think globally there's a shortage of cybersecurity professionals, and that's for a number of reasons. You can look at the level of competencies, training. You can look at pay scales. One in particular is burnout, which is very real because the landscape is evolving in terms of when a device is connected, it ultimately becomes the CISO's or somebody else's responsibility because it has an IP address. And that's very real. So once it has IP address, that means it's on the network. So the landscape, I think you had mentioned it later, the threat landscape or the threat potential has increased significantly. I'll spin the discussion slightly because I'm talking from a viewpoint of
from a commercial executive perspective and not necessarily as somebody in technology at the moment. One of the things that we've realized or we're seeing is that there's not a lot of integration or communication between the cyber function and risk. And I've sat in a lot of these various panels and so forth, but I haven't heard a lot about that. And the two functions, although they may fall under different disciplines, are very well connected. So you would have situations, and this can apply to both public and private sector, whereby you have cyber, but you don't have that talking to risk and vice versa. And fundamentally, yes, while cyber is important, it is a form of risk. And I think I think that is something from a preparedness perspective. How do we evolve cyber to be more integrated into the risk function, right? Because right now they're kind of segmented, right? Cyber risk is seen as, in some cases, depending on the company or the government posture, as more of an auditor versus being integrated. So I think when we talk about preparedness, yes, there's a lot of technology preparedness that we can do, but I've decided, or I'm referencing more of the stuff on kind of the business and policy side. So from a preparedness perspective, how do we integrate cyber more into risk? And one of the things that would have been mentioned is, of course, cyber isn't necessarily an IT function or IT problem because it impacts the entire organization. Start to have those conversations at the board level because they're very relevant in terms of understanding what is our posture, what is our insurance incident report. Do we have an incident response plan? Because eventually, well, yes, from a Caribbean perspective, the maturity of our economies or our technology may be low, and low is relative. Ultimately, you need to have the notion that you will be breached, fundamentally, right? If we start at a point of that, then it becomes a bit more clear because we know we need to put the mechanisms in place. So when we talk about, from a preparedness perspective, we talk about risk, getting the board involved, which I think is extremely important, being able to talk the language of the board. And that is something that I've seen that for whatever reason, we're not able to communicate that effectively. Right? How do we monetize that? And fundamentally, I think the panelists have said that we also need to come to a point that if the company itself is prepared to take the risk, then that fundamentally is a company decision. Now, the interesting point comes into play is if that company is now connected to other companies in a wider ecosystem, because now we start to look at third-party risk. So another interesting one that we've seen now surely is around how, from an auditing perspective or from a resilience perspective, how are my partners protecting their systems? Correct. Which again, we may have not been looking at that in the past. We are looking at our companies in isolation. But if I have VPN connections and all these different APIs, how are we evaluating them? So I wanted to share a different spin on it versus a hard technical approach.
Certainly. Ashish, what I like with what you just gave us there, it's not if, it's when, or even has it happened already. And I think that's very important. It's not an IT problem, it's an everybody problem. It's not just about the IT manager doing security controls and making sure you change your password. We need to engender what is called a culture of cybersecurity, and it's not just in a professional context. This is in your personal life. We'll come back and unfold or unpack this culture of cybersecurity concept, but I don't want this to just be us speaking to you. My idea is for right. And I see a gentleman very much complying with the thought in my head. I want this to be as engaging as possible and start to hear from you on the floor. What are some of the things you're doing, you are facing? All of us are actually implicated in this cybersecurity question. So, sir, and please just say who you are and who you want to direct your question to.
It's for the whole panel, actually. Stephen Williams, they're the Privacy and Management Advisory Services. So, when was the last time St. Lucia attacked Barbados with military weapons? What about I guess. Turkey attacking Barbados. Any? Okay. I'm going somewhere with this. What about, I don't know, Vietnam attacking Grenada? Military weapons involved, boots on the ground? No? Okay. Where is our military budget? I can walk about Barbados and see soldiers with weapons costing millions. Do we have a policy misalignment? Because when we talk about resilience, our hospital getting shelled down, our banks getting shelled down, our credit unions getting shelled down, taken offline. Now imagine if a missile hit our hospital, we'd be up in arms. We'd be asking for assistance. Give me more resources. Yet, our hospital got taken out and took months to get back up. We're talking about resilience, right? I can go across the landscape of the Caribbean, but yet there's no call to arms for resources. It's almost like if, well, you know, you boys can get the server back online. Do we have a policy misalignment when we're asking for millions of dollars in military hardware when that's not where the war is?
So if I'm not mistaken, who would you like to direct the question to specifically? Because these are not your leaders.
No. Hold on. We have a combination of government in here, and we have a combination of a very good panel, right?
Okay.
But the panel could back me up if my thinking is wrong, right? Or they can tell me where I can probably curve and be more appropriate. But I'm also calling for something called a Caribbean Threat Alliance. I know where the CSIRT is in terms of that. But right now, we have a particular threat under our critical infrastructure, right? That's what concerns me most. Imagine what, well, you may not know, sir, but right now our hospital got taken out last December. Took them months to get back up and working. I don't want that for the electric company. I don't want that for the water authority. And what I see happening is that we do not have a communication between infrastructures. There's no communication. There's no incentive for the hospital to say, you know what, we're under attack. Let me get on a chat and inform these institutions. No incentive. And I'm saying that what is happening to us right now in the Caribbean is more, we're going to see more of that. You know what? Expect the number to rise by another 25% next year.
All right. I think
I would like to
I
follow
think
on
Dion touched on
Stephen.
education and coming out to the IT hat. If you could get a quick reaction to that.
Critical infrastructure is very important to every single country in this region, right? There's a level of focus that needs to be placed on critical infrastructure assets in every single island that is not there today, right? The mere fact that the hospital was taken out, as you said, and other institutions, it is just a matter of time. As she said, it's just a matter of time before the next critical infrastructure agency is taken offline, right? And we simply can't wait. We can't wait for the next one to be taken offline or the power goes off, somebody's under, being operated on and the power goes off and there's loss of life. Are we going to wait until there's loss of life, right? There needs to be strategic focus on critical infrastructure with a budget. And you know what? The data protection regulation of Barbados, I'll speak specifically Barbados, has some specific guidelines in terms of how each organization should protect themselves.
Correct.
You have to make sure you have a firewall in place. You need to put antivirus, and there's certain, it goes in a lot of detail, right? But is there the awareness, or are we being forced to follow the legislation that is there? The legislation is there, right? There's no doubt about it. It is there. It's been enacted. It is there. But there's no awareness. There's no education. There's no pushing the public to stand up and recognize you have to do these things. Even critical infrastructure, you have to put these things in place, or else the bad actors will walk straight through your door and shut down your servers right in the middle of an operation.
So what you're talking about is accountability. We are the one of few regions in the world where you can get taken out and nobody gets fired. If there's no one going to be accountable, I go back to my military scenario. Somebody back in certainly, sorry about that, right? You go back to the military scenario. Imagine having a military where you cannot point to who's in charge. That's cybersecurity in the region. You look at Barbados, you can't point to a single person responsible for cybersecurity. Imagine having a military, and you're looking around for the general, the colonel, the lieutenant, the corporal, and you can't find one person that's in charge.
So I think there's certainly a lot of discussion that could occur around governance and leadership in this space. We do need leaders to take cybersecurity forward. I just want to change to someone else. Yeah, I see you, SG.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very short as well. So thanks to all of our sponsors and panelists, in particular Fortinet and Huawei that have been very supportive of our work. I just wanted to tie this to the previous panel and ask what sort of, how is artificial intelligence being integrated into your security products, and how do you see AI as being used in terms of responding to cybersecurity threats, or even being used by bad actors actually in terms of their cyber attacks? Thank you.
Yes, so maybe I can take that one first, okay? So let me say first of all that Fortinet is using AI technology because AI is here to stay. We have learned that from whatever we're doing, and in terms of the ability to respond very quickly to the threats that's happening out there, we are actually using AI technology as part of our cloud services. And one of the other things that, and I'm not going to get technical, although I'm an engineer, when we look at the traditional antivirus that we have out there, it's no longer good enough because the fact is that we have zero-day attacks taking place. And the only way to deal with zero-day attacks, you need a next-generation antivirus solution that actually uses or utilizes AI technology. So that is something that definitely we are looking at, and it's something that we embrace as a vendor.
Something I'd like to add. So I really agree with one of the previous speakers, the gentleman from Google mentioned about whatever you do with AI, you cannot ignore it. If you ignore AI, you will just get left behind probably for the next generation of technology advancement. So AI, I will give an example from, let's say AI as a new technology being used on both sides. Cybersecurity is a very interesting domain game in a way, like we are the cybersecurity professionals and they are adversaries trying to attack or trying to defend. So this technology, AI is being used on both ends. I'll give you one simple example. The AI is already being used to generate more legit looking phishing emails. The phishing emails used to look too obvious to be fake, not really that effective. But we start to see some phishing emails look so legit. It's very, even for us, for people like ourselves, like working in this domain would have a question, some doubt about whether it's really real or not. We need to double check to be sure, okay, it's a phishing email. So that's been already widely used, and these bad guys are going to leverage these technologies, we like it or not, because the best way to move something forward is pour money into it, right? This business is being highly monetized at a scale. So they have plenty of motive to continue to use whatever they have in their possession to get what they need, which is profit, which is basically low-hanging fruit. It doesn't matter the size. As far as the ROI is high, they're going to go after it. On the other hand, AI is also being used for on the defense system. Not a surprise, but for most part, it's behind the scene. Maybe not that as obvious as some other, for example, the AI voice assistants, right? For example, we've been using AI for, particularly with machine learning, to analyze, let's say, the baseline of some the day-to-day activities for any organization. In case we build a baseline, and in case we see something abnormal, we trigger a certain logic based on our AI, the model we've been training to flag some alert. Sometimes because of the limitation with leveraging AI in the cybersecurity domain, we still have a long way to go. And this whole region, the whole domain is continue to evolve. So we've been leveraging it for years, and we'll continue to leverage it to generate the more relevant alerts, especially for some unknown threats. For the known ones, we can go with the signatures, like the signature-based engines for scanning, like a different type of scanning engine. But for unknown ones, AI is one of the very promising, not the only one, but one of the very, very promising tool we can leverage to identify something new which is started to appear in the wild, so that we can stay one step ahead. As a short answer, I think that's something I want to share. Now, as like a cybersecurity professionals, and unfortunately for the adversaries, the bad guys, are both using AI. And I think everyone in this room should be leveraging more AI as well. So we don't, as individuals as well, not being left behind.
Thanks so much, Yannick. There's so much more we could talk about when it comes to AI, especially the AI-fueled attacks, but more so how we use AI in cyber defense. And in the interest of time, we have come to the end. I know, funny how time flies when you're having fun, but I want to ask everyone here. Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to beg to change the wording slightly. I think what we probably need to ask ourselves as well is, how do we prepare?
How do we prepare?
And, speaking to our colleague's point earlier, there must be some roadmap that at least coming out of this discussion that could help us to at least put things in perspective and to put them in line. So
that is quite correct. How do we prepare? Yeah. How do we understand that there are actually many different capabilities needed for us to get true cyber resilience? It's not just a technical person's problem, it's a multi-person problem. And as we wrap up, in less than a minute, I want to ask each of our panelists to tell us, culture of cybersecurity, why is this important? How do we spread it? And I would like to start with Ashish, and then we get to Dion and Yannick, and finish with Rodney.
Yeah, so I'll be quick because I know I'm in between you and the drinks, so I'll be quick and short and sweet. Look, to be honest, we can talk about technology, we can talk about strategy, cultures, our values, beliefs, systems, and mechanisms that happen every day. I'm not going to overcomplicate this. Culture usually comes from the top. Our culture can come from within an organization. Training, your value system, your ethics, all those things contribute to culture. And that is really an ongoing process, but needs to be a deliberate process with a focus on cyber. So there's not nothing much to be said on that. There's a lot of Harvard Business Review articles and everything else that can read.
Thanks, Ashish. A deliberate process. Dion.
I agree with Ashish. It all boils down to what your governance, risk, and compliance framework is going to look like. The organization has to have that as their goalposts. We need to have a governance, risk, and compliance framework. And it needs to start from the top and drill right down to the organization. It needs to be, embodied and lived at the board level, drill down to the CEO, the CIO, down to the guy who mops needs to be a part of the whole process. And that's the only way it's going to happen, right? Quickly, want to mention 4 things that people need to do to be prepared. To answer your question directly.
Okay, very quickly, please.
You have to you need you need to focus on governance, risk, and compliance. You need to have a framework. You need to follow a roadmap of cyber preparedness. You need to conduct risk assessments, train your users, have policies in place as guidance for your staff, or else you can't leave it to trust. There's too much at risk to trust your staff are doing the right things. There need to be a strategic framework in place that says this is what you have to do in the organization.
All right.
We can talk over drinks.
Okay, I see. I think for the online folks, we should probably try to use the mics. Let's see another mic coming.
Go up there. Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is a question in a sense. Based on the panel before, in terms of talking about cloud-based and so forth like that. And then hearing we're talking now about cybersecurity. So I wanted to know whether or not it is best to save our data in the cloud for data protection, or whether save it on our devices, considering the statistics out there that we are being hacked, and then listening to the comment from the guy from Google, where cloud solution seems to be best, where it has a lot of system in place, protection system in place to protect your data. Government agency always kind of skeptical of putting the information in the cloud, and so what is your recommendation for us as government agencies?
So that's a very interesting question, because we spoke about risks, we spoke about data, we spoke about data sovereignty. The short answer to all of that is, when you go to a cloud provider, they may have some inherent security, but the ownership of that data still reside with you, the owner of the data. So it's still your responsibility to put the security mechanisms in place, because a lot of people think that when I move my data to the cloud, it now becomes the cloud provider's responsibility to protect that data. But at the end of the day, if you look at all the laws and you look at all the policies and stuff, you are actually collecting that data from, let's say, the population or whatever country that you represent. So you have a right to still maintain and protect that data. Yeah, we can talk about other things, for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, and just to add a quick thing to that too, we can't also forget that there's a physical component. You have attacks that are being done by people leaving physical devices on your network. So it's not as easy as saying either cloud or not cloud. It's a holistic approach that is required. Yannick, you have the last word.
Sure. How much time do I have? 0? Okay. At the end, I'd like to provide a little bit of different perspective. In Toronto, that's where I live, there's a well-known festival, annual festival called the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, formerly known as the Caribana, I believe. So my family been there a few times to watch the Grand Parade. Every time we got very fascinated by the passion and the colorful culture this festival presents. Demonstrate. So I'm fully aware, before I came here, I did a bit of a research. I'm fully aware that the Caribbean area has more than like 24 different countries and the territories. But from someone outside of this region, many people in Canada, I think, share the same thing, where Caribbean has always been portrayed as a whole, a very well-knitted region with so many different countries sharing the same challenges, interests, and very similar cultures. And more importantly, these countries support each other. I don't think there's something like you can say for many other regions. It is very important because cybersecurity is a sport, a team sport. So collaboration is the key for success. Now, like we've seen regions where like the neighboring country haven't figured out how to stop killing each other. We've seen regions where countries, they always go after each other. This is something I believe is one of the greatest strengths this region possess. And I believe that's where we can work together to come up with the most effective cybersecurity solutions. Regardless, of course, there are different aspects to it with cloud, the different solutions, different vendors. I think here, 4 of us sitting here, like in harmony, is a great way to represent like strong together, right? as what the cybersecurity industry has been the guiding principle for cybersecurity industry for many years to come, for good reason. I believe there's something I really like to share with this group, because I do see that as a great opportunity, and I do see that a great strength. That's what these regions has. Frankly, many other people in some troubling region really envy.
Thanks so very much, Yannick. So here we have it, folks. Cybersecurity, and as you were saying, so cybersecurity, it's a team sport. No comments on the West Indies cricket team. It is surrounded by culture, and I think we are great promoters, producers of culture in the region. And of course, it's inherently collaborative. And I think that's one of our greatest strengths we have in the region. We don't recognize at time we are collaborative people at the end of the day. So I know the frolic organizers are thinking otherwise, but I would
Yes,
probably.
be short, maybe 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
So one of the things that I encourage the CTU to do next time is where is, and again, the questions we do ask ourselves within government, there's limited resources, limited money to spend, okay? But where in terms of security maturity within the Caribbean basin, you can find that skill set. If you look at the banking sector, the financial sector, we have a lot of expertise and we have a lot of knowledge within our Caribbean people. And one of the things, and when there was a pipeline ransomware in the US, you guys can look it up on YouTube. There was a lot of private sector and public sector collaboration. And I think that is what is required in order for us to enhance our resilience and our maturity in security.
All right, thank you very much, Rodney. And again, round of applause for our esteemed panelists, our experts here, who I hope you will seek out and continue speaking with. And I hand the floor back over to you, Gary. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Right, good afternoon again. And there's a good reason why we left this panel for last, and I guess you all realize why. It was very engaging, and I saw a resurgence of energy in the crowd, and I don't even think that you all know it's after 5, but it is. So once again, I want to thank this panel and thank all of you for staying the course with us. And more importantly, as well, I want to thank all our sponsors, Digicel, our lead sponsor, Huawei, our headline sponsor, Meta, also a headline sponsor, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, ARIN, LACNIC, they are gold sponsors, Cable and Wireless, Cloud Carib, TSL Barbados, VMware, silver sponsors. We have Fortinet, Precision Cyber Technologies, Blue Naps America, Synnova, TSTT, and Promotech. They're all sponsors of the event, and I really want to thank them. And please, for continuing to support the work of the CTU and support the development of ICT and a digital Caribbean. I now would like to invite Mr. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General, to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Gary, can you verify the students' debt, please?